Sheila in West London texts, good evening, Nick. I was wondering if you have any cats or kittens on offer tonight, or did your special offer end last week? Yeah, that's right. I was doing a buy one, get one free offer, and we're all out. The cupboard is bare. 0345 6060 973. So, are you confused yet? You should be. Wait, what's this? Bell text, did you know that Steve Allen played your birthday sound effect on his show? What? You're joking. I assume that didn't happen, and that you are merely stirring Bell. So, we're supposed to stay in, we're supposed to go out. But we're absolutely certainly not to shake it all about. The streets of the City of London are still deserted a week after Boris Johnson called for workers to return to their offices. It's almost as though nobody's paying the slightest bit of attention to anything he's saying. He did, however, say that it would be perfectly safe with contact tracing. Contact tracing. Do you want to have another go at it? Contact tasting. Oh, you're never going to get it. Usually 500,000 people would commute to the square mile on a normal day before the coronavirus devastated Britain's economy, or rather, our reaction to the coronavirus devastated Britain's economy, and all of the economies of the rest of the world, including America. But that is fake news. The economy has never been better. I invented the economy. I'm going to do it again. Nobody else could do that. And the virus has disappeared like a magic trick. Because I came up with a name for it. I called it the Kung Flu, and it disappeared. It's true. Everybody said so. Ain't that right, Donny? Oh, shut up! 10 of the top firms in the square mile said they will only bring back 20% or fewer of their employers. Holy moly. What we are seeing is the greatest shift in working patterns since farm workers left the land and streamed into the towns at the start of the Industrial Revolution. I don't know whether that's true or not, but even if it isn't, it does not prevent it from being a fact. We were made to work because we had no choice. And now we've tried it. We don't want to go back. Honestly, what's the point of having your workforce sit side by side at desks in an office block, lit and heated and secured and insured at vast expense, when you could get the same out of them by having them email their work in from home? I mean, assuming that the business that you are conducting is not one that requires your people to exchange ideas. I mean, if you're just adding up rows of columns of numbers, then you don't need no chit-chat. In fact, it's an impediment to the working day. All of those emails that keep coming in, they're just like bong in your inbox. How can anybody work like that? But if you're at home, then all you have to compete with is the cat sitting on your work. Why do they do that? Cats aren't remotely interested in anything that you do or say, but as soon as you start paying attention to something, they want to sit on it. I think they think, well, hang on a minute. I mean, I know I just dismissed you moments ago, but you appear to be paying attention to something that's not me. So I'll fix that straight away. I mean, apart from anything else, another virus will come around at another time. And if businesses bring all of their workers back, they'll have all of their assets in the same place. They'll all catch it and then pass it on to each other. And think of the money that businesses will save by not having to maintain huge buildings in an expensive part of town. And think how much the workers will save by not having to commute every day. And think of how much the planet will be better off by not having all that pollution. It'll be fantastic. Except it'll also be horrible. I mean, we've spent the last 100 years building an office-based culture, and around the offices, businesses have sprung up to support and take advantage of those office ears. The sandwich shops are the most visible casualties. But there's too many of them. Thin them out. And most sandwich shops are owned by offshore corporations who have their tax office on a moon circling Pluto. Most of them pay so little in tax that we owe them money. But there's an enormous amount else that we will miss when it's gone. I mean, most of the shops in business districts do all their trade between 1 and 2 in the afternoon and between 5 and 6 in the evening. And we're passing trade. But if people aren't going back to those business districts, you ain't got no passing trade. And there's the restaurants and the dry cleaners and the food shops and flower shops and cab companies and clothes stores. Clothes stores. I mean, if you don't have to go to the office, why would you spend a week's wages on a suit? Some scratchy woolen thing that you smell up and then never wash. Why would you want one of those? I mean, the whole basis of our economy is going to get turned upside down if we start living in a different way. If we continue, rather, living in the different way that we have now become used to. I mean, it might be a better way of life. But any massive change like this is terrible for the economy, even in ordinary circumstances. But now, can you imagine? And as you would expect, the people who will be best able to weather the changes are those who have already won the game of life. You know, those with comfortable jobs, paying well, that they can do from their homes. Middle-class people, in other words. No! You know, those that have to leave the house for a living, working-class people, they're going to get it in the neck. As usual.
Oh, fabulous.
It's the people who tend the office ears who are going to suffer the most. The newsagents and the waiters and the florists and the delivery drivers and the security guards and all the people who provide a service for the office types. They're all going to have the rug pulled out from underneath them by this, while their ex-customers relax at home, getting up late, earning just as much as they did before, and spending less. You know, Boris Johnson's going to have to produce some magic to even up the distribution of wealth in society, because the table has been tipped up and all the money's flowing to the end that's already got loads. I mean, it hardly seems fair. But life isn't, is it? And we like it that way. Or at least the winners like it that way. I mean, working from home, I mean. That way. Polls show the country has no desire to return to the commuting rat race. And bosses are in no hurry to make us. You know, why this hasn't happened before, I don't know. I mean, I assume because business persons expected that if they let their workers do their businessing from home, that they wouldn't. Work, that is. But we do. We probably work harder at home than we do at the office. I mean, at least with the office, there's a time when you finish work. You look at the clock, you've been staring at the clock for the last 3 hours, and finally it hits 5. And you get to get up and leave, and you leave all your work behind. Unless you're one of those people that does your emails on the train going home. But if you're driving, you can't. Although I did see somebody watching television as he was driving along in his car the other day. I mean, okay, we were crawling along in traffic, but even so, he was watching a soap opera. Morons. We're surrounded by morons. Yeah, but if you work in an office, there is a definite end point to your day. But not when you work at home. I bet people are working till 6, 7, 8 o'clock at night at home because there is no cut-off point. And because businesses have been forced to have their staff at home, they were forced to see how it would work. Them previously having thought that it wouldn't. But it does. I mean, just think how much time we would have saved if we started doing this in the 1960s. How much extra work we could have got done. How our productivity would have been better instead of the national embarrassment that it is. The productivity in this country is embarrassingly bad. And think how much cleaner the air would be. How much more rested and less ill the country would have been. Let's have a call in Surrey. Michelle Marbell.
Hello.
Yes, Michelle.
So I'd just like to...
Michelle, can you take a couple of steps towards the phone?
Can you hear me now?
There you are.
Hello. I'd just like to come on to say I've got a salon in Surrey. Obviously, we were told
Yeah,
that
you've gone away again. I know phones should come with instructions, and they just don't. But can you put your mouth where the microphone is?
Can you hear me now?
Oh, my God, you're so loud.
Okay. Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay. I have a salon in Surrey.
A salon?
A beauty salon.
Yeah.
A beauty salon. So we don't do any hair. We just concentrate on anything to do with the face, the feet, the body, the hands, anything. And obviously we got an update on the 9th of July to say that we could open up on the 13th. That gave us as an industry 4 days notice. Most industries that were allowed to open up were given 10 to 14 days notice. We had 4 days, and we know that we were made a mockery of in the Houses of Parliament in their discussions.
Yeah. Well, it's typical blokes, isn't it? They say, oh, beauty.
Yeah.
What's that ever got anybody? I need some extra beauty myself, one wag said, and they all chuckled.
Absolutely. And then and we were addressed as parlours. I mean, my goodness, that's like the 1960s talk for salons.
Yeah.
I'd just like to know, we've come back to business this week, and it is a struggle. We thought that maybe our phones would be ringing off the hook, but however, our regular clients, they're in situations now where they've left their jobs, or they've lost their jobs. Their husbands have lost their jobs. They're still on furlough. They don't have the money to be spending in an industry that we are classed as a luxury. Now, the government have come along and they have opened the restaurants, and they put in the eat out to help out. They've given 50% vouchers for everybody to go into the restaurants, and the government will give 50% off of the bill. They've dropped their VAT to 5%. I've come back this week. I opened the doors yesterday. My VAT still remains at 20%. I've had no support from the government to say, this is what you're going to do. This is how we're going to work it for your industry, because they're making a mockery of it. So I'd just like to get that out there to say, what are our government going to do to support us?
Yeah, I'm sure there's a lot of people in a similar position in industries that are not necessarily exactly like yours, but are, they've sort of been left out, ignored, really. And it's both bad, but it's also, I suppose, understandable, because if a government is trying to keep everything up, then they've got to make some industries a priority, and I guess yours isn't, even though I'm aware that it's a huge business, really quite surprisingly large, and brings in hundreds of millions of pounds to the British economy, and a lot of people rely on it to make them feel good.
Absolutely. Us as an industry in the beauty industry, we contribute £6.5 billion to our economy. And we are kind of just left to the sides, to tell us 4 days in advance that you can open, and then a week later that you can then perform facials and face treatments. It just makes no sense. But I'd like to know, what are they going to do for us? I'm in a position now that I've opened the business yesterday. I'm still paying 20% VAT. I've got clients left, right and centre that can't afford to come back to us because of their current positions, of them being furloughed, or they've lost their jobs, their husbands have lost their jobs. What's our government going to do for our industry? How are they going to support us to ensure that we can keep our staff in employment and prevent them from leaning on the government for support?
Yeah, but I mean, really, what can they do other than what I think that they should just bite the bullet and give everybody a universal basic income. I mean, this spreading money around in I mean, essentially, the government is actually giving money to Burger King and Kentucky Fried Chicken. Now, I'm sure that their products are excellent in every regard, but do they really need our money? Those are giant corporations that are turning over billions, and yet the government is subsidising their products. That seems a bit bizarre to me. So they're picking and choosing, depending on, we don't really know what the criteria is. They're making it up as they go along, perhaps. Got not one clue. But if they just said, okay, we give in, I know it goes against all of our conservative principles, but here is a check for everybody, regardless of circumstance, which will buoy you up. It will enable you to get on with your life without feeling that your next step will be on the road to disaster. And then that would help you, and it would help me, and it would help the economy. Because even if you're well off, if you've got a check for £1,000 a month, you're not just going to put it in a bank, because what good would that do? You're going to spend it on getting your eyebrows threaded, whatever that means.
But that's my point. You know, it seems to be that our government has such a support for these big organisations and these big corporate companies and chains, that when it comes to the individuals which make up the high street and make up the communities within the different areas, there doesn't seem to be that level of support.
No.
And that's what concerns me.
Well, yeah. You, me, and a lot of other people. Oh, I wish you all the best, Michelle. Thanks for that. 0345 6060 973. I think the time has come, hasn't it? I mean, I know it really rubs them up the wrong way, just the very idea of it, because it's socialism. No! But, weird times call for out there solutions, and it is an out there solution. I know that a lot of people would complain that, well, how can you write a check to someone who's a millionaire, for instance? Well, it's like I said, it's unlikely that they're just going to receive it and then do nothing with it. They'll spend it. Even if they go and spend it on one bottle of wine. I mean, there will be people along the way who are, they've been storing the wine and they will deliver the wine. And I'm sure there are dedicated wine bottle dusters. Or, I've got absolutely no idea. But even if they spend it on a luxury good, the people who made that good aren't themselves millionaires. I mean, people who nail together a Rolls Royce aren't rich. They're just working persons. So just give everybody £1,000 a month, something like that, and be done with it. There you are. Problem solved. You're welcome.
Thank you.
Stan in Acton says, keep your social distance from other people by wearing a Prince Andrew mask. That would do it. This says, Nick, I have a problem. I opened a Greek takeaway shop just 6 weeks ago in Colchester, but we are now 10 people working and we can't handle it. Too busy. Please tell people not to order from us. Are you talking about? We are now 10 people working. I've got no idea what that means. Mike texts, there's a Glasgow in Montana, USA, 86 degrees Fahrenheit and sunny. I bet they voted for Trump. Almost certainly. Cowboy country. Definitely. In beautiful downtown Islington. Is there a good reason why we shouldn't? Adam.
Hi, good evening, Nick.
Adam.
I took a real interest in your topics tonight, so I'll just make 3 broad points if I'm in.
All right, well, let's see how they go. Make point one, and then I'll decide,
Okay.
one after the other. I'm not going to commit to 3. Let's try 1.
Okay.
See how we go.
Right. So I work in the corporate sector. I am in one of those...
The corporate sector? What on earth does that mean?
So, corporate finance, corporate legal...
Oh, finance.
Boring.
But I work within the legal function of that sector, and I wanted to just give you a quick journey of what happened for me 5 years ago. I mean, we're talking about home working now, but Nick, this was quite innovative 5 years ago, and when it first was introduced and I was allowed to work from home, there was a psychological feeling of fear, like, oh my God, like, I have to be seen doing work. But what I found, this is the honest truth, was I worked double fast because I saved an hour in the morning.
Yeah.
I was so much more prepared and relaxed that I enjoyed starting at 8 because I thought, right, I'm not going to be stressed out all day. Let me start an hour early because I've saved it on the commute.
Really?
And I found my day flowed quicker. And guess what, Nick? No word of a lie. I went on my lunch break. I went swimming. So I found it even more healthy that I was able to do a quick half an hour swim on my lunch break, came back, and you're absolutely right. I didn't finish at 5. What tends to happen when you work at home, there's a blurring of the line.
Right.
You forget that you're not in the office, and then you start working more until your boss, hopefully if they're nice, will say to you, oh my God, get off the computer, you're done for the day, whatever. But over a couple of months, you start getting used to it, and you realize just how much you cherish the work-life balance to be able to wake up, have a normal breakfast, because people take stuff like that for granted.
You wake up when you wake up rather than wake up when the alarm wakes you up. I bet almost the entire country is tired all the time because they're waking up hours before they actually before their body wants to wake up.
Absolutely. If you look on the train, you always see people going into Canary Wharf. They look exhausted.
They look grey.
They don't look happy. So I really just wanted to say that I'm glad that the world is moving there. And even some of your presenters, with respect, used to say, "Oh, do people really work from home?" Absolutely. We're a service-led economy. The only thing to bear in mind, Nick, is that it works in that kind of setting. It wouldn't work in manufacturing. So,
well, no, of course. If you've got to go out, if you work in a factory, essentially it's down to white collar and blue collar. White collar people who earn all the money and own all the assets, they'll be fine. It's the poor people who have to go out there and work with their hands, the dirty fingernail people. They're going to get screwed again.
I know, and I'm praying for them all the time.
Are you?
I get to
Is
work
that
at
true,
home.
or are you making that up? Praying for them all the time? Are you exaggerating?
No, because look what they've done during this NHS crisis. I really respect the people on the front line, whether it's supermarkets, whether it's working in the chemist, working, on the front line at NHS. No, I genuinely do.
You're praying for them all the time.
I do, and I have.
Is that true?
I do, and for you. I pray for you.
You pray for me.
I do.
Right,
yeah.
okay. Well, I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Can I make my next point?
There's another point. Oh, okay. How many points are we up to now?
Oh, I'm only going to make 3. I promise.
Yeah, but so that was 1.
Yeah.
Blimey.
So the next point was about Boris. What is he playing at? When he said today, "Oh, I'm going to give the autonomy to," although that wasn't his words, but in short, I'm going to give the autonomy to businesses.
The businesses,
to make up their own.
Nothing to do with me. Anything that goes wrong is not my fault.
Exactly. And the sad thing is, yes, in my field of work, they do take it seriously, they will try. But what happens when you work in a factory where you've got bosses who are only invested in money and not your health and safety? I mean, that's why we elect governments, to make correct decisions, so we have guidance and support. I really think Boris has done a real wrong thing there by saying, free reign, do what you want.
Okay, to the British people, if you vote for a clown, you get a circus.
No, it's true.
Point 3?
And point 3 is, and it just came up, I was quite sad that your previous caller didn't appreciate that the line of work she is in is the equivalent for management consultancy. These are luxury services, and I'm more worried about not people getting their eyebrows done, but so I work in legal and I have to do redundancies, right? And I'm telling you right now, there's going to be families who will struggle looking after their children, and the last thing on their mind will be eyebrows. They will want to put food on their table. So I just want to say, although I have sympathy for your last caller, is that don't look wrongly at people. Don't look at it from the perspective that, because we're seen as a luxury. Rightly so. There's more important things for people who need to eat, who need clothes, and it just disappointed me that at a time where somebody came to me and said to me that their wife has cancer and they're losing their job, how they're going to feed their family and children. I think those people, and it's sickening because furlough is available, and the fact is companies and corporates, I'll admit, are choosing not to use furlough.
Well,
That's
it's only going to be
wrong.
available for a certain period of time, and we can't afford it. I mean, this is something else that we're buying with the money we haven't got. It's like the entire human race is addicted to buying stuff they can't afford with money they haven't got. And I know that this is a desperate attempt by the government to shore up the economy and try to limit the damage that their behaviour has caused. I'll say it again. And I know I'm an outlier on this, and that not many people are agreeing with me, but I think that it's not the virus that's killed the economy, it's our reaction to it.
It's the reaction. Can I just round it off by saying...
Another point.
The model's wrong, Nick, and do you know what I mean by that?
No.
Businesses are working on too much debt. There are companies,
right.
I'm serious, with so much debt. They need to be cleaned out.
Yes, in ordinary circumstances, there's a lot of dead weight in the economy. There's a lot of zombie companies that are just like stumbling along, and they're going to go by the wayside. Now, ordinarily, that would be painful for the people that are associated with that company, but it would benefit the economy in general. But now, these are different times. It might actually benefit us for those zombie companies to keep us stumbling on for a little while. Here, I'm going to have to go, Adam, because I do believe that your time is up. 0345 6060 973. Gladys says, are you planning a Christmas work party? Now, Boris says it will all be normal by December. What's your prediction for Christmas? Rain, snow, cold. Actually, it'll probably be mild and not a white one. Place your bets. This says, Nick, it's true, Steve did use your birthday jingle. What? Oi, Steve, keep your hands off my buttons. Stephen Upminster says, I'm thinking of visiting my local restaurant and and I mean that. I really mean that. Steve in Upminster says, I'm thinking of visiting my local restaurant and having something from the COVID testing, tracing, tracking, tasting menu, like chicken in perspex and laminated vegetables. I'll let you know how it goes. I'd be interested in that. What's the address of that establishment?
Contact tracing.
What is it?
Contact tasting, testing.
Oh, please, I can't stand it. 0345 6060 973. Here is a call in East Yorkshire. Mike.
Hi, Nick. Are you well this week?
Yes, very. Thank you.
Good. Couple of little ones. Boris, did you notice today that he either tried to criminalise or damage a Yorkshire family?
Huh?
Well, at the briefing, the written question was, effectively, can we use the grandparents to look after our kids so we can go back to work?
Yeah.
And Boris said, yeah, you can form a bubble with them, and then you can all mingle and interact and everything else, which is absolutely against the rules. It's attention to detail, or what? The man's mad.
Right, so what are the rules again?
The rules are that if you're a single parent, a single person, or a single person with kids, dependent kids,
or a single person married and living in a threesome, yes.
Well, yeah, if you're a single person with kids, you can form a bubble, a supported bubble, but a family of two with two kids can't form a bubble with grandparents. It's against the rules.
Right. I'm confused. You've just explained it to me, and I'm more confused than I was before. So if you're a single parent with a bubble, then you can commingle with somebody you don't know?
Another household, any household of any number.
Right.
But it has to be a single adult to form a bubble. You can't form bubbles if it's a multi-adult family. And he was suggesting that this multi-adult family formed a bubble with another multi-adult family.
Right.
I mean, he just hasn't got control of what the hell's going on.
Yeah, get it together, Boris.
Yeah. Wait a minute.
He's got no idea.
The other thing was Matt Hancock in Parliament. They designed the rules on supermarkets. The little lines that you queue behind and the one-way system and everything else.
Uh-huh.
And then he announced in Parliament that if you work in a shop, you're 75% more likely to catch and die of coronavirus. And they had to introduce masks in shops. Well, How does that stand for all the other workplaces that they've come up with recommendations for?
When you try to examine what the rules are for this, that and the other and look at them as a collective whole, then you want to chuck them in a collective whole because they don't appear to make much sense at all.
And then he also announced that we locked down on the 16th in Parliament rather than the 23rd, because he said that he stood there in Parliament and told people that they shouldn't have unnecessary interactions with other people.
Yeah.
This was just before, of course, they said, go out and get last because we're shutting it all down on Monday.
I don't think many people are actually paying attention. Not from... I mean, I have hardly been out the house in the last 5 months, apart from to go and see my mum and to go and get food shopping, which, by the way, has become much more dangerous than it used to be. There seems to have been a word go round that supermarkets can just forget everything that they've been doing over the past few months to limit the number of people that go in and directors up certain aisles and down others. And one thing that I actually really liked in my local superstore was that you formed one queue for the tills, and there'd be somebody in front of the tills who would yell, OK, now number 32. The next person goes into till 32, and then the next one will be in till 1. And rather than queuing behind a till, it's one queue to get out with all of the tills available and somebody directing you to the right one, which meant that you would be there'd be less. You'd be less subjected to other people passing by you because you'd be in a far part of the store in a queue. And you just hurtle to a till when it became available on the instructions of the till wrangler. But now all that is forgotten, and everybody's just all together queuing for, well, you just pick a till and hope for the best. Hope that, whoever it is who is in front of you isn't one of those people that waits until they're told how much it is and then starts looking for their change or their credit card. Can't find it. It's in my other bag, or it's in a pocket in my coat that I've forgotten existed. And oh God, I picked the wrong line again. That's a short rant directed at my superstore.
Have you kept Wednesday free anyway, Nick?
Wednesday? What's happening on Wednesday?
They're releasing the Russia report.
Oh, right. Yeah, sure they
which
will.
is why they chipped all that stuff out about Russia to try and deflect from it.
There'll be more black paint over the text of the Russia report than in a goth's bedroom. Cromer, Sean.
Hello.
Yes, sir.
Hello. I just wanted to say about the...
Are we on speakerphone?
You are. Do you want me to turn it off? Hang on.
Oh, my God. It's worse than I thought.
Sorry, my mistake. Is that better?
There you are. Wow.
I am.
We're in stereo now.
There we are.
Go ahead.
Got to say, I'm loving the sound effects. I just wanted to say about, obviously, all the money that the government have dished out to save the economy, which rightly so. Obviously, there are businesses, large and small, that need saving. Or even help if they're not in dire straits. But question is, where's this money coming from? Inevitably, at one point or another, the tax for working is going to go up. Question is, we're currently paying 20%, but throughout all of this, since February, March, April, and onwards, they've never actually said, is it going to go up to 22, 24, 26? You know, where does the income tax come from to pay for essentially what I would deem as public spending?
Yeah, well, I think the Conservative Party promised, with the fingers crossed and sugar on top, not to raise taxes, or not direct taxes anyway. No raise on VAT, no raise on income tax, triple locked pension and all this other stuff that we can't afford.
I think in hindsight, though, if you can call it that, I think it was Theresa May that said money doesn't grow on trees. And
yeah, she said we haven't got a magic money tree, something like that.
Yeah. So if they're not planning on putting VAT up and they're dishing out billions of pounds, and I know he got knighted today, so God bless Captain Tom. You know, that is only a very small fraction of what the UK economy is.
Yeah.
Of what they've needed to keep going.
So where does all this money come from? Is that what
exactly?
you? Is that
and I think it's an inevitability that somewhere along the line we're going to have to pay more. But the thing is, it's something that's going to be needed, but nobody's actually talking about.
No, well, we're too busy bailing ourselves out. The boat is sinking, and you're complaining about the direction we're going in.
Well, yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, one way or another, it's going to be us as the taxpayer that suffer. I mean, we work out, obviously, minimum wage and salaries based on before tax. But what happens after tax when said tax then raises?
Well, the plan last time around was austerities. The government should spend less on, the undeserving poor. I mean, if you did not take the precaution to become a millionaire, then frankly you deserve all you get, I think was the attitude. So well, yeah, I would expect a lot more of that.
Does that not tell you something from the politicians that went to Eton?
I think that, it's exactly what you would expect. And if you were born into wealth, then you assume that you have acquired that wealth through your own acumen and genius, as opposed to having been given it.
Which is absolutely ludicrous. And if you don't mind, Nick, I'd like to make one more point. I have a big issue right now with kids going back to school, whatever their age group. It's been playing on my mind for some time now. My argument is, of any age group, why would you send kids back to school when the politicians aren't all in agreement of going back to the commons? Now, surely, as adults, they would be more wiser to the fact of going back to work than trying to social distance children who don't, maybe in some respects, understand what social distancing is.
Yeah, but this virus bounces off kids. Almost all of them are completely unaffected by it, and they would be...
You can't ignore...
Listen to me. They would be seriously affected by a lack of education. This is not a year that you'll be able to get back, and so they are going to be seriously inconvenienced, to say the least, by having lost all of that time. I think they probably should go back. The people that I feel sorry for are the teachers who could catch it off these super spreading bags of snot that will be coughing and sneezing in their classrooms. And the teachers could be badly affected by it. I feel sorry for them.
They could be, but I think you just hit the nail on the head.
Did I?
The children aren't always reported as having the virus or the illness or whatever, but the contagions can still be within them.
Yeah.
Therefore, yes, you should feel sorry for the teachers who are of that age that the government have said, yes, they can get that illness. But children aren't completely immune because...
Well, they're not completely immune to life.
Although the numbers are low, children are still affected one way or another.
Yeah, unfortunately, the same thing applies with children as it does with workers. To those who have money comes more money. To the children who have middle-class parents, they're much more likely to actually be learning when they're not in school than those from families who are poorer, for all sorts of reasons. Chief amongst which, I'm sure, is a lack of availability of technology in poorer households. So,
in which case, it boils down to, if you haven't got private education and you're relying on public education, and if you fall ill, what the hell do you do? Excuse the French.
I need to go back and relearn the French because I didn't hear any in there, but
No, that's fine. I know I'm on the video, so
I'll listen back to it on tape. Okay, well, you did very well. Excellent work, that man.
Be polite.
Let politeness be your watchword. Thanks a lot, mate. 0345 6060 973. Yeah, kids can't stay out for school for very much longer because they ain't learning nothing at home. Parents can't teach them. And the temptation just to go out and do anything other than reading books
Boring.
must be overwhelming. And those children that come from families that have, intelligent, motivated parents, they will do better than those coming from families who don't. And the children who come from families who aren't led by intelligent, motivated parents, they're the ones that need the learning the most. I mean, otherwise the wealth gap's just going to keep getting bigger and bigger and bigger. I mean, I think that what's happening now is a redistribution of wealth, but not as Boris promised when he was asking us for his vote. It's not levelling up the country, it's making it more askew. Sean in Millom in Cumbria, wherever that is, tweets, Nick, 50-mile swarms of flying ants coming over the channel to Kent. Humans are not going on holiday overseas yet. Ants are. Do you think they've heard your accurate weather forecasts in Fahrenheit? Yeah, the ants. It's Flying Ant Day.
Oh, no.
And it probably will be tomorrow as well. I'll talk about that in a minute. Yes, it's all change is what it's all about. We should have started changing the way that we work in the 1960s when we had the chance, but instead we built huge office blocks and stuffed thousands of people in them, all breathing on each other. We should have done it then. We should have thought, hey, hang on a minute, this is crazy. What are we doing this for? Getting up at 6 o'clock in the morning to go and squeeze ourselves onto a bus or a train, can't find a seat, and then going into work to be overseen by a manager who's probably preventing you from doing work rather than actually assisting you. And then you go home and repeat the commute in reverse. Madness. But as we went along that path, we're stuck with it now and changing the way that we work now. It's going to be like pouring petrol on a raging bonfire. I mean, the whole infrastructure of our way of lives is being upended. No more lunches, no more toffee frappuccinos, no more picking on the intern, no more interpersonal shenanigans. Office life. Gone. Now that we got used to working at home, now it seems like it's a possibility. I mean, that is going to be a big one, though, isn't it? Interpersonal shenanigans. Where are people going to meet their life partner or their significant other? Or their afternoon delight? Get the Starland Vocal Band on the show and they'll sing it for us.
Rock and roll!
A Starland Vocal Band. Looking forward to a little afternoon delight, rubbing sticks and stones together to make the sparks ignite. Oh, really?
Disgusting.
And what about those big shiny buildings in the City of London? I mean, some of the most expensive property in the world. They're still building them now. The red lights of cranes dot the horizon like a cloud of fireflies. What's going to happen to them? And what's going to happen to our transport network? Just when they had really made a massive change to getting around London, this comes along and strips it of its customers. I mean, the money we spent on upgrading London Bridge, for instance, I mean, it's fantastic now. Really good. It used to be a terrible station, and now it's superb. And then Crossrail is going to transform travelling across London from east to west. All of these massive infrastructure projects costing billions are empty. And the one thing that can make them work is us. We ain't there no more. And even if you don't live in London, the capital's transport affects you because the City of London is where the money gets made. And if London transport goes bust, then it's quite likely that public transport all over the country will go the same way. And again, if it does, then that proportionately affects the less well-off, who won't have cars. I mean, it's hard to see how public transport can survive, really. The fare take is down 90%. And they aren't getting money from adverts on buses and trains because there's no one on the buses and trains to see them. And I think the only other form of income they got is property. You know, the shops in railway stations and so on. And they're all shut because they got no passing trade. And as usual, the upshot is that the well-off will be just fine. Don't you worry about them. Those that can easily work from home and keep their jobs, they'll be fine. Jeff Bezos, who owns Amazon, is going to become so rich he'll have to invent a new internet to fit in all the zeros in his bank account. And the rest of us are screwed. All because of an invisible menace that was predicted for years. Or, again, rather, all because of our reaction to that invisible menace. It's going to be like the 1970s again, isn't it? And if you went to like Glasgow or New York in the 1970s, then you'll know exactly what's coming. It's not particularly good. But maybe there'll be a resurgence of artistic types in cities, in areas that became too expensive for them. You know, young persons, artists, their type, they used to occupy places that are far too expensive for them now. Business areas that have since been gentrified. Maybe that'll happen again. Maybe there'll be a resurgence of young people in areas that have been they've been pushed out of in favour of building office blocks. And of course, around office blocks in those business areas, they're completely dead at 5 o'clock. So maybe they'll become vibrant again. Maybe, just maybe, this will create a new, glorious future. Maybe the next Velvet Underground are just around the corner. Maybe the youth will flood in to take the place of transitory commuters and make a new and vibrant city. Well, they better get a move on, because none of us are getting any younger, and I'd like to see it before I'm too old to get into a hip hangout.
Groovy.
Already happened? Already happened, you say? Well, that's just rude. Is Lincolnshire. James.
Hello?
James.
Hello.
Yes, James.
Hi. Well, I just wanted to talk about how, the gap is getting wider between the rich and the poor, and it's actually the middle class that are losing out during this epidemic.
Yeah.
So, a lot of people, I'm a student myself, and as a part-time job I work in retail, and I'm fairly comfortable because I'm entitled to furlough, so I can just, I'm at home at the moment, getting money through furlough. And you look in the news and you see these multi-million pound companies getting their bailouts. So, Richard Branson's just got a £1.2 million bailout. His net worth is 4.7 billion.
1.2 million?
1.2 billion.
Billion,
sorry.
right.
Billion. He's just had a £1.2 billion bailout, whereas he's worth 4.7 billion. So instead of subsidising that through his own money, he's getting that through taxpayers' money. You look at the middle class. So, you've got teachers that are expected to go back to schools, putting their health at risk to teach these children. You've got nurses going and doctors going back to hospitals that are at the front line of this epidemic, and what are they getting? They're getting applauses on a Thursday night. You've got office workers that are expected by their companies to go back to work because the government says it's okay to. So they're putting health before wealth, so that they can still create an income. Whereas you've got people like me that can comfortably sit at home and get our furlough, and you've got companies like KFC, McDonald's, Virgin Atlantic that are getting bailouts by the government. I think it's disgusting. It's creating that gap between wealth by removing the middle class.
By removing the middle class? I don't see the removal of the middle class. I get the logic of keeping large businesses afloat because they employ a lot of people, and it's not giving them money, it's lending, surely. But I don't think that the government's little scheme is to remove the middle class, because that's where their votes are.
But why subsidise a company that can afford, for the owners to afford to subsidise their own company, to say, oh, I can actually invest some of my own money back into my company instead of going, hey, our government, taxpayers, can you slide us a little bit of cash to help us keep us afloat so we can keep our billionaire status instead of actually reinvesting their own money into their company? Where we as a taxpayer are expected to invest, whereas we've got people on the front lines that, deserve the money more than the billionaires that can afford to keep their own companies afloat.
Right, well, but then we're back to what I was saying before about universal basic income, which successive governments have eschewed because that sounds like socialism. Whereas if you spend the same amount of money on large corporations to stop them going under, then that's just good business practice. It's weird.
But the issue is these companies won't go under unless if their owners actually reinvest the money that they've earned back into the company.
Yeah, well, but that implies that just because somebody is worth a certain amount of money, that they have that in liquid assets, that they've got the cash in the bank. But I think it's probably not true. They may be worth a certain amount, but it will be in illiquid assets, surely. Not that I have any idea what Mr. Branston's financial health is like, but I'm sure he hasn't got £1.5 billion just in cash in the bank.
Yeah, I don't exactly know how much he's got sat in his Barclays per se, but the issue is, why should we invest
well, the reason is because a healthy airline business actually benefits the country significantly more than the $1.5 billion that has been offered. Because the tourism business is.
What I'm saying is if he can't cover his own losses, why should we cover it?
Right. If that's what's happened, then I agree with you. But I'm not sure that. But I think the implication of what you're saying is that we've given him the money, or the government has, on our behalf. But I don't think
they have. They've subsidised him 1.2 billion.
But they haven't said, we don't care what you do with it. Go ahead, enjoy.
No, obviously they've reinvested it back into Virgin Atlantic, but this, to me, that's a bit of a gamble, because this is a man that's lost his franchise for trains. His trains have been renationalised because he can't control what he's doing with his trains, and he's losing too much money through his trains.
Well, that's for all sorts of reasons that are too boring to go into now.
Anyway, we're digressing off my point. My point being is we're expecting these middle class people to put themselves on the front line. Like I say, as a working class student, I'm subsidised through furlough, and I know that I'm secure through furlough, like a lot of people. But you've got people like tradies, that self-employed tradies that aren't entitled to furlough. You've got teachers that are expected to go back to schools to educate children. You've got doctors and nurses on the front lines and all of this. Whereas the money's being invested in the working class and it's being invested in the upper class, but nothing's being invested in the middle class.
But that's not true. I mean, people who are middle class have also been able to access furlough funds.
Well, most of my family are middle class. I mean, I've got a mother who's in local government. I've got a father who's in proper government, and he's having to work from home despite Jacob Rees-Mogg trying to get the members of Parliament back into Parliament through because he's shielded, which is creating a real issue, because Rees-Mogg is putting pressure on him to go back into work, whereas he's trying to shield. And it creates an issue, again, with wealth before health. If you've got to prioritise, are you going to make an income, or are you going to jeopardise the health of you and those around you?
Okay, I agree with much of what you say, but not about the overarching argument that it's the middle class that are going to suffer the most. I don't think that that's right. I think it's, once again, going to be the poor that suffer the most, as usual. There is an argument to be made that the middle class have been defunded or screwed over, however you want to put it, over the past, since the 1960s, really. I mean, no one has had a pay rise apart from the top 1% since the 1960s. Everybody else's wages have just flatlined. But the higher up the deciles you go, the top 10% have done pretty well. The top 1% have done spectacularly well. The top 0.1%, well, it's just off the scale. They're so happy they can hardly count. Everybody else has had nothing from the increase in production since about the 1960s. I mean, it really does go back that far. It's incredible. So the middle class has been squeezed. Yes, that phrase. But the working class will get it in the neck, much more so than the middle class. But what's happening now is just a microcosm of what's been happening in society for decades now. All of the cash accrues to those who already have it. I mean, look who's done the best out of our reaction to this virus. The person who was already the richest man in the world. Jeff Bezos, Amazon. Everybody started buying everything on Amazon. I did. I mean, there was a while there that you couldn't get any food. Nobody was delivering, and so I joined Amazon, whatever it's called. I've de-joined it, or unjoined it, whatever the proper terminology is. But for a little while there, they were the only people that could actually deliver food to the house. Oh, boy, I bet he wakes up laughing. So the people that have done really spectacularly well are the people who are already super rich. I mean, just look at the stock market. It has absolutely no bearing on the health of the economy whatsoever. It's completely disconnected. It's gone through the roof, the stock market, because free money has just been swilling through the economy. And when that happens, then those that can get their hands on it, they buy assets. And so the price of assets goes through the roof. All of those shops on Bond Street selling £10,000 handbags, I'm sure they're doing just fine.
He knows everything.
This text says, we wouldn't have been able to work from home in the 1960s, Nick. The internet had not been invented. Well, that's right. How did people used to look at puppy dog and pussycat videos in the 1960s? Peter in London says, thank God for Trump and Boris. I assume that you're trolling me, Peter. Back under your bridge, troll. And this says, hello, fact check. Branson got the money from a hedge fund, not the government. Yeah, I don't know what that guy's problem with Richard Branson was. Branson asked for the money, and the government said no. Well, they said no thank you. I mean, good manners don't cost nothing, do they?
Be polite!
Yeah, he got the money from a hedge fund and he put in hundreds of millions of pounds of his own cash. Managed to find it somewhere. Under a cushion, I bet. Maybe that last fella heard that Branson asked for the money, and at that point his head exploded and he stopped reading. No, we have not forwarded any further funds. Let's have Maidstone. Hello, Dave.
Hello, Dave. No, Nick, sorry. Hello, you there?
Yes, Dave.
Oh, yeah, that's cool. Yeah, first of all, I'd like to say the guy who said about the war veteran that raised £33 million. That's amazing.
Who said it?
Sorry?
Who said what?
Earlier on in the conversation, someone said, well done to the war hero that, what's his name, Tom?
Yeah, Tom.
Yeah, and he raised all this money. I just wanted to say that's good. That's brilliant, isn't it? I bet he's a little bit annoyed that they wasted about £3 million flying planes all over the place and where they could have spent it on something else. But that's another story. First world problems, what we're talking about, isn't it?
Is it?
Well, yeah, nails, hairdressers, you know.
Right. I barely recognise these reports from my own programme, but let's tentatively move along. Go on.
Yeah, well, yeah, in general, you're talking about first world problems, aren't you?
Am I?
Well, not you, as in the government. Get a coffee, get your hair cut, get your you know, some countries you can't even get water.
Yes. Yeah.
Yeah.
Right.
But what we worry about is a lot different to what other countries worry about.
Yes, no doubt. I mean, look at Ethiopia, for instance.
Yes. Yeah, exactly. You know, my kids watch the WaterAid advert, and they go, I'm like, look at that child there. She has to walk to a water well and come back to her place.
Yeah, the kids with...
You moan about me going and get your glass of orange juice out of the fridge.
Exactly. The kids with flies in their eyes. Yes, there are always people with more problems than we've got.
Yeah.
Okay.
So I think the problem they've got is that people have learned that we don't need all this coffee shops. We don't need all this food because we've got it in our fridge.
Yeah, but it's nice, though. We've become addicted to frothy coffees and...
yeah, but you can make it out your own kettle for 20 pence rather than going and spending £3 in the cost of coffee. Oh,
Right.
sorry, I might not should have said that. Who knows? I don't know. McDonald's are cheaper if there's a issue.
Yeah, without mentioning...
And you get a sticker on the thingy as well.
Of course, yeah, a sticker. Who doesn't want one of those? What does the sticker? What does the sticker say?
But do you see what? Do you know what I mean? It's
No, I don't.
You don't need these things.
No. Well, you don't need anything that our economy is geared up to provide for us. We don't need almost anything that the economy is set to provide for us. All of the stuff that we obsess about buying, we don't need it. We don't need a car every 3 years. We do not need a new car every 3 years. Nobody does. Cars are built to last longer than that. You don't need a new T-shirt every month, or a new jacket or jumper or whatever it is that you've seen in a shop and you've been obsessing about. You can't get it out of your mind. Oh, I've got to have it. You don't need it. You do not need a new phone every year, for crying out loud. It costs £1,000 and we act like it's a disposable object. All of this insanity that we have built around us is falling apart. And ordinarily that would be a good thing, to just consume less. But unfortunately, all this change is happening at the same time. Working from home, consuming less, people going out less. The entertainment business is on its deathbed. Pubs empty, restaurants closed, all of this stuff. You know, there's a lot of restaurants that closed last year, a lot of big chains with famous chef names on the awnings outside, and they were rubbish. They should have closed earlier. But to add that to the list of things that are shutting down, it's, it would be good to clean out some industries, zombie companies just stumbling along, barely keeping their heads above the water. It would be a beneficial thing, the survival of the fittest, for them to collapse in ordinary circumstances, because their place would be taken by a healthier, leaner organisation that's more suited to people's needs and wants. But not now. It's all happening at the same time. This is a problem. Life may be way better in 20 years. But who wants to wait that long? That's the problem. It's like the direction of travel is better. Less consumerism, less travel, less buying things we don't need with money we haven't got, less obsessing about stuff, and more spending time with the people that we love, and smelling the flowers, and just a simpler, better, more balanced life, which is a good thing. But unfortunately, the way that we're getting to it is like a crash course. It's like it's like we're in a car, and there's two ways to stop. You can roll smoothly to a stop, or you can crash into a tree, and we're doing the crashing into a tree thing.
Oh, hi, Nick.
Sophie.
Wow,
Wow, it sounds like you're underwater, Sophie.
Oh, God. Well, hang on, let me move. How's that?
Well, say something.
Better? Okay, well, we can't all have proper broadband when we live in huts, can we, Nick?
Huts.
Yeah, I live in a hut.
You live in a hut?
You can't... Yes, I do.
A hut?
I do live in a hut. Yes.
You do not live in a hut.
I do live in a hut.
Right.
Are you calling me a liar? No. No, Nick, I do. You can't get the broadband going into the ground when you live in a hut.
In a
You've
hut?
got one of those crap things that you have to put in the wall, the modem. Anyway, just to say, you are a little bit negative tonight. But
Who, me?
Do you think... Yes, you. But do you think that maybe capitalism is coming to an end?
No.
Why not?
Because what would replace it?
Well, you can't say that. They thought that about all the other modes of production, didn't they? You don't know what necessarily it's going to be.
But what do you mean by capitalism coming to an end? You mean people aren't going to make or buy stuff anymore?
Well, I think they will, but how we swap things, how we, you're making me laugh because I know there is a sound effect that puts it weird. But how we engage and interact with one another may change significantly.
Yeah.
This doesn't work, does it, as you're saying? The top 1% are cleaning everything off. The poor are getting poorer.
Yes.
We've got neoliberalism running amok. And people are beginning to see through the...
Are they? Because they keep voting for a party that represents everything that you just outlined.
Well, there is that. And again, you're not going to want to hear about Karl Marx because you're not a socialist, you're not a communist.
Karl Marx.
Boring.
Please, tell me less.
Yeah, but you did speak, didn't you, about false consciousness. So things that aren't in your interest, you'll vote for. I mean, the class interest of the working class isn't to vote for a buffoon like Boris.
Useful idiots is what Karl Marx used to call them. Was it Marx or Lenin?
I think that was Marx. But anyway, all I'm saying is, even though you're a bit of a downer tonight, I think that this chaos may precede a massive change in the way societies are run.
What you mean for the benefit of the poor and the dispossessed?
It's the benefit of everybody.
Of everybody, right?
Well,
now, do you really think that that's likely, given that the poor continue to vote for the party that least represents their interests over and over again?
Well, you only need any revolution to be successful once, Nick.
Yeah,
So
I suppose so.
People would say slavery, that was never going to be abolished. People say women would never get the vote.
Yeah.
You know, there's a whole load of examples of things that happen that people had thought wouldn't, and usually it's with a struggle. So I'm just saying at the moment, I mean, most people, you can just fob them off, can't you, with a cappuccino, and so on. But when they're not able to eat, and, you know, we're only at the beginning of, well, we don't even know how bad it could get, do we?
Well, I think it is incumbent upon those who rule to keep the vestiges of the economy intact, because otherwise what you are describing may actually become a possibility. But if people continue to have a goal, which is to pay the interest on the money that they owe, and they have the ability to pay that interest by working their socks off, then everything will be just fine in the world for those that control the means of production. But if everything falls apart, then that equation doesn't work anymore.
No, that's right, and that's why they're so worried, and that's why we're seeing the Tory party enact socialist policies, in effect.
Who'd have thunk it?
Which goes against everything
that they stand for, yeah.
So,
well, I think that they should just take that next logical step. A universal basic income. What could possibly go worse than what we've got at the moment?
No, I agree with the universal basic income if we've still got capitalism around, but basically to smash capitalism in the end, you're going to need fundamental social, political and economic change.
But I don't see what could replace capitalism other than a totally socialist society in which everybody earns the same amount of money and knowledge is frowned upon.
Well, yeah, but you're thinking just in terms of money, aren't you? I mean, in primitive communism, we shared things. I know I'm not saying we want to return to that. I'm just saying this has shown us, hasn't it? All this crap, all this consumption, all this throwaway society. And, so many people now, aren't they, on antidepressants. They're miserable, they're depressed, they're not enjoying the wealth that they've got. Even the wealthy can't enjoy their wealth.
Well, yes, but that's part of... I don't want to get into sound like a conspiracy theorist, but that's part of it. Not the plan, but the way it works. If you were satisfied with what you've got, then you wouldn't be out there putting on a credit card stuff to replace the things that are perfectly workable. It's that dissatisfaction with your lot that makes the world go round.
Yeah, but then that's produced by the capitalists, isn't it? Because they create a system whereby you think you're always lacking and that you need X, Y, and Z, whereas really to fill the gap that's in people's souls, they need something other than the new iPhone.
Yeah, but unfortunately what you're describing sounds like people have been hypnotized, but I think it's worse than that. People are actually... They're seeking it out. It's not being imposed upon them. They want to be materialistic and to have the new, biggest, thinnest, smallest, widest, shortest phone and car and clothes and holidays and all of that stuff.
But Nick, that's because billions of dollars goes into telling them that that's what they want to have.
Well, that's true.
And if people have a bad enough time, and let's face it, as I said, we're only at the beginning of this now, who knows how bad it's going to get, then people will revolt in the end. I mean, remember the poll tax, the British are very anti-revolutionary, but they did take to the streets and the policies were changed. I'm just saying on a bigger scale, unimaginable things could happen. We always judge the future, don't we, by the past, but who knows what's going to happen.
No, that's right.
How are they going to keep this capitalist boat afloat? Hey, you like that one? I'll go have on anything.
A boat afloat. Can I just recap that you're the person that said I was being negative tonight? Thanks a lot, Sophie. I got to go. Cheers, my dear. 0345 6060 973. Sharon in Redhill says, Nick, are the betting shops open? After Boris's speech today, I'd like to put a bet on the country not being hunky-dory by Christmas. And this says, hi, Nick, this giant flying ant swarm. Are there people watching us from space? How exactly do people spot swarms of flying ants from space? Are they just watching satellite TV 24/7? Oh, satellite TV. These are the jokes, folks. A listener with material.
Oh, no.
Yeah, it was Flying Ant Day. A gigantic swarm of flying ants at least 50 miles wide, which can be seen from space, has shown up on the Met Office's weather radar. Video posted by the Met Office shows a cloud of ants swarming off the southeast coast today. The plague of insects peppered the skies over Kent and Sussex during their nuptial flight, during which they mate. What? The Met Office has tweeted, it's not raining in London, Kent or Sussex, but our radar says otherwise. The radar, they said, is actually picking up a swarm of flying ants across the southeast. During the summer, ants can take to the skies in a mass emergence, usually on warm, humid, windless days. Yeah, they come out the ground. It's so bizarre. They start, like if you've got a lawn or just a pavement, they just start appearing out the ground. Ants swarm together to raise the odds of pairs successfully mating and to deter predators travelling on a journey known as a dispersal or a nuptial flight. They're having a mass hymenoptera orgy.
Disgusting.
After being born from a queen ant and fed up by worker ants, sexually mature ants leave the nest to procreate. Parent ants say, where are you going? They say, out. Very rude.
Be polite.
Swarming is triggered by certain weather conditions such as bright sunlight, high humidities, warm temperatures, calm winds, that sort of thing. It tends to happen around late spring, early summer, and can cause multiple colonies to swarm in a single area. Stay alert in case this happens in your area. After mating, around half of male ants die having served their purpose. Sexist? Meanwhile, the fertilized queen ants will fly around trying to find a good site to start a new colony. When a nesting site is found, the queen breaks off her wings, never to fly again. Her wing muscles are converted into fuel to keep her going as she begins laying her eggs. Eggs! Which produce ducks. Which is a little known fact. Newcastle. Fred. Newcastle.
I think the outlook is pretty bleak, Nick, from the words that the last few speakers were talking. And, I mean, even yourself, you're saying in the 70s the thing was bleak. I wasn't alive then, but I'll tell you one thing. All these people who are saying that we should consume less, how stupid do they think we are? All these documentaries, the mainstream opinion right now is, oh, it's great to be a Marxist. It's great to be wanting to consume less. Let's all just be poor. Let's listen to the woman who lives in a hut and doesn't even have any, any idea. She's not got any signal on her phone, but we should listen to her about the economy.
Well, let me ask you about this, Fred. Is it more important to be happy or to have lots of stuff?
Both. I mean, the two come hand in hand.
Yes.
I mean,
no, they don't. No, they don't. Wrong.
So all these poor people, they're really happy, are they?
No, you don't have to be poor to not surround yourself with lots of consumer goods that you don't actually need. I mean, think of being on a desert island, and all you have to do.
Whoa! What about all this stuff that we don't need? The thing is, we do need them, though.
No, you don't.
Well, why are we all living in poverty then? We're all poor.
Yeah, because you spend all your money on stuff that you don't need.
Like what?
Well, when did you last buy a phone?
I'm not saying I'm in poverty. I'm saying all the poor people are in poverty.
Right. Well, yeah, the poor are by definition poor.
Look at this woman. She's living in a hut. She can't even get a good phone to call a radio show to tell you about it.
Well, it might be a hut made of solid gold. Maybe that's why she couldn't get a good reception.
I doubt it. She's a Marxist, mate.
Right. So what's your point, though?
My point is, all these people who are actually advocating themselves to be poor, like Furlough Boy, who wants to sit at home and do nothing and not learn anything, or like he doesn't even, he's sitting arguing to you, telling you Richard Branson got a bailout. He doesn't know anything. Doesn't even know the point he's arguing.
Yeah, well, okay, so on that specific, he was incorrect, misinformed, yeah, but I think in general, there is justifiable to say that the government appears to be bailing out multinational corporations.
Would you give him a job?
What, Richard Branson? I don't think he needs one.
Furlough Boy, I wouldn't employ him. People who can't even get that right when they're phoning into a radio show. We've got 1 million young people not in education, employment or training. They're not doing anything.
Yeah, but again, his point was correct, if not specifically right. We are bailing out multinational corporations. That's actually true. I mean, there's a burger joint that turned over 1.4 billion dollars actually, $1.4 billion last year. And we're giving government money to them. I mean, that is probably insane. So on his general point, yes, the government seems to be in the business of helping out those who are already spectacularly rich. I think that the money could probably be better spent just giving everybody a certain amount to keep them going, such that they don't feel as though that disaster is just around the corner. It would make them more likely to start a business, perhaps, which is going to be very important from this point on, because there's going to be a lot of businesses that fold, a lot of empty properties on the high street and in business districts and elsewhere and so on, which need to be replaced. I mean, this is going to be a great period of change. Massive churn is coming. And unless we find some way of making it feasible for people to actually start businesses and replace those that have fallen, then, well, God, we're still going to be in this mess in 10 years' time. So how are you doing, Fred?
I'm doing all right. I'll be fine, but you can't drill into people to be a go-getter. Like, either they're going to start a business or not.
No, I understand. Yeah, no, you can't. But you can make it more possible for people who have the will or the desire or the gumption to start a business to do it. Because if people are just living on the edge of catastrophe, then they're not going to take a bet on themselves. But if people have some sort of safety net, then yeah, it seems to me more likely that they will.
Well, I don't see. Well, right now, this isn't a safety net. What we're doing right now is sanctioning any form of business activity and paying people not to do so, paying people not to spend, actively encouraging people to stay at home and do nothing.
No, not really. Not to stay at home and do nothing. The whole point of the furlough scheme is so that businesses won't collapse because of an immediate lack of income. It will give them the opportunity to regroup and then open when it is possible for them to do so. I mean, this furlough scheme isn't going to go on forever. It's shortly to close, isn't it?
But already, I think it's done enough damage that enough businesses have closed that we need bailouts for stuff. So we're talking about bailing out these big businesses. My point exactly is this furlough boy, middle class. This one saying that we don't need consumerism. I'm saying poor people. No, we do need more money. Actually, right? That's the exact thing we do need, because they're the ones who are going to be left out, like you're saying, is the people who are going to be left behind. Exactly, fine. If we're talking about loans, business loans that won't be given out and things like that. But I don't think the answer is stay at home, pay people to stay at home. The answer should be get back to work. We need people getting back to work, so people... Because, look, we're pulling our own teeth out, queuing up to get beans from the shop, missing funerals, postponing weddings, nothing's happening.
Yeah.
Doors closed, business...
Right, well, if we could get into a time machine and go back to January and do everything... Or actually, you'd have to go back further than January, because Boris Johnson, in his enormous wisdom, defunded the exact organisation that would have helped us through this, just like Trump did in America. It's almost as though they were singing from the same hymn sheet. Pair of peas in a pod they are. But if we could have gone back to it last year and ramped up the distribution of PPE, and if everybody had got a mask, we could have maybe not had any lockdown at all. But we overreacted to a mild threat. I mean, think what could happen. I mean, I know I've said this before, but what this virus takes about 2% of the people that it infects. MERS or SARS, that was up to about a third. Now, imagine that, and this is not beyond the realms of possibility, imagine a virus that's as easily passed on as this one that we're suffering from at the moment, that's as deadly as MERS or SARS. Then what? Then a lockdown might have been understandable, but not for this, surely. I mean, the damage that's caused is going to be worse than whatever the virus itself would have wrought upon us. If we'd all just worn a mask and carried on with our lives, we wouldn't be in this mess now. But don't listen to me, because like Donny, I'm not a doctor.
I'm not a doctor.
I'm not a doctor.
I know nothing.
Well, but to be fair, nobody really knows anything about the virus.
This, whatever they want to call it, you can call it a germ, you can call it a flu, you can call it a virus, you can call it many different names. I'm not sure anybody even knows what it is.
Nobody really knows what it is. You believe that? Thanks, Fred. I've got to go. 0345 6060 973. Gary in London emails, I think I have ants in my pants. Well, they're here, there and everywhere, baby. Zara says... It's true. Steve Allen had the use of your sounds this morning and had a great time. What? You must have left something logged on. It weren't me. I ain't done nothing. But he didn't delete or do any meddling, says Zara in Norfolk. What does that mean? Steve Allen has been fiddling about with my stuff. I'm going to take my old jalopy and I'm going to drive into the side of his Bentley. You see if I don't. Brian in Manchester says, the guy talking about social support bubbles wasn't right. God, the misinformation that's been delivered on this show. What a disgrace. More misinformation. The guy talking about social/support bubbles wasn't right. Single parents living alone or with kids under 18 can form a bubble with one other household of any size. They can stay in each other's house and can stay overnight while commingling their bubbles. Paul in Hertfordshire says, I reckon all MPs should be made to travel the underground and buses for all day from the 1st of August for 5 days to show how safe it is to travel to the office. Also, they should not claim it on expenses, says Paul. Well, you're asking a little bit too much there, Paul. One request at a time. Plus, they don't take requests. Shane in York says, Amazon is great. I just bought a few ants on next day delivery. Should be here tomorrow. Incoming. Anne says, you are so right. Well, that is true. I am so right. What a selfish, materialistic people we have become. No time for anyone except making money and showing off. I could go on and on, says Anne, but I'll just say thanks for your show and say good night. Well, I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thanks, Anne. Yeah, when you are stopped short, which happens almost never, but when you're brought up short and you take a look at where you are, it does seem
you know, your mind is a little bit, you know what I mean, three-dimensional.
Yeah, thanks. Well, as you said, workers will be encouraged to stop working from home from August. Boris Johnson announced he is aiming for life in the UK to return to something close to normal by Christmas. Blimey, he's got a lot on his plate to achieve by Christmas. Get Brexit done, bring life back to normal. Choose something super as a Christmas present for his significant other, Dominic Cummings. How about a jacket that ties up round the back? Think about it. I think it would suit him. The PM is set out his timetable for further easing of lockdown measures. He said restrictions on the use of public transport in England are being dropped from today, with trips on the train and bus to no longer be viewed as the option of last resort. He said the government is going to publish new guidance applying from August on the crunch issue of working from home in the hope that more employees will physically return to their desks to give the economy a boost. Well, it will certainly give a boost to the owners of big, shiny office blocks in the city. But I'm sure that Boris is not thinking of them, even though developers gave the Tories £11 million last year. I'm certain the PM isn't thinking at all about the 120 big Tory donors from developers from the property sector. Just a coincidence. Why would anybody think otherwise?
Yeah. Wait a minute.
The PM said the government is targeting the reopening of stadiums in the autumn, with audiences potentially returning to football matches and outdoor gigs in October. Great, just in time for the cold weather, which the virus really likes, apparently. We'll all group together and ignore all that don't group together stuff that you've heard for the past 5 months. The new instructions are to forget all of their previous instructions. Confused?
Yes.
Crucially, Bozo insisted that all of the proposed changes would only go ahead if the spread of the coronavirus continues to fall. He stressed that we must be prepared for a second wave in the winter, and announced £3 billion of extra funding for the NHS, which, if recent performance is anything to go by, will be found to be funding that the NHS has already been promised and is not new money at all. Would anybody like to bet otherwise? I mean, presumably you heard about that money that Rishi Sunak promised, which turned out to be not new money at all. It was the same money they were going to spend anyway with a different name. It's genius. It's almost as though we're being guided in our response by the screaming Mimi. And we know what he knows about the virus.
This, whatever they want to call it, you can call it a germ, you can call it a flu, you can call it a virus, you can call it many different names. I'm not sure anybody even knows what it is.
I might never get tired of playing that. What do you think, Kanye?
Whoop-dee-dee scoop poop.
Boris Johnson's announcement on working from home appears to put him at odds with the chief scientific advisor, Sir Patrick Vallance, who told the Science and Technology Select Committee that the UK is still at a time when distancing measures are important and that working remotely remains a perfectly good option. He then went even further as he said that companies had found working from home had not been detrimental to productivity, and as a result there is no need to move away from the policy. This is the chief scientific advisor. He said, my view on this, and I think this is a view shared by SAGE, is that we are still at a time when distancing measures are important, and of the various distancing measures, working from home for many companies remains a perfectly good option because it's easy to do. He said, I think of a number of companies. He said, if a number of companies think it's actually not detrimental to productivity, there's absolutely no reason to change this advice. But the government is not taking advice of experts on a panel that is actually called SAGE. They're not taking SAGE advice, if you can believe that. They're going to go their own way, like Fleetwood Mac.
Rock and roll!
Without all the drugs and the sex. Boris Johnson sought to play down splits with Sir Patrick, the chief scientific advisor. He said it was not for the government to tell employers if staff should return to their workplaces. He says, I totally agree. This is Boris Johnson said, I totally agree with Patrick Vallance on what he is saying, while disagreeing with what he was saying. Up is down, black is white. If you tell a lie big enough and often enough, people will believe it. Boris Johnson said that he had hoped that the government will be able to recommend in the coming months that families and friends can resume more close contact. Well, I don't know whether Boris Johnson's been out of Downing Street in a while, but people are so close in pubs and bars that if they weren't related when they went in, they are now. I came past parks with people so tightly packed together, it looked like they were swapping clothes. I mean, is there still a rule about friends and families now? And if so, what is it? Is it something to do with bubbles? Pretty bubbles in the air.
Groovy.
And despite this optimistic timetable for everything being back to normal by Christmas, the PM also warned that the UK must be ready to deal with spikes in infections as he set out new powers for councils to impose what he called lightning lockdowns. And warned in a report by the Academy of Medical Sciences that action must be taken now to mitigate the potential for a second peak. He's all over it, is Boris Johnson. Scaling up the test and trace system, or as he would put it,
Contact tracing.
He'll be all over it as soon as he can say it. The research said they have a capacity for 350,000 tests per day. That's pretty good, except that capacity is not actual tests. That's ability to, in theory. Not the same as actual tests. That's, I believe, called disseminating misinformation. Liar! Perhaps. I've not been tested. I don't know anybody who has been tested, apart from somebody who works in a hospital. Wanstead, hello, Sophie.
Hi, Nick, how are you?
I'm super, thanks for asking.
I'm so pleased. School's out today, so all the school cohort can take a rest for 6 weeks.
Well, what have you been doing for the last 5 months? Nothing.
I've never been so exhausted in my life.
What?
I've been so busy. Teaching from home, writing student reports. Very, very busy. So it's just, I'm just exhausted. But what you said, oh, by the way, Steve Allen, who I absolutely love listening to in the morning, was very naughty. He used the xylophone sound effect.
The xylophone sound effects? What, for the happy birthday? That?
Is that the happy birthday one? Oh, okay, yes, that one. And he sounded guilty as well. He sounded like he was doing something he shouldn't be.
Yes, Steve Allen, you were doing something you shouldn't.
But one of your callers mentioned Karl Marx, and I think he was the one who said religion is the opiate of the oppressed, and I think the new religion is consumerism.
Wasn't it masses?
And yes, but it might be. Yes, I think.
I don't think oppressed has anything to do with it, although the masses are oppressed by their very nature.
Exactly. And I really think this, I hope this period makes people buy things because they think it will validate them and fulfill them and make them happier, but actually it doesn't.
It makes them happy for a short period of time. It's the same as riding a roller coaster or seeing a scary film or breaking the speed limit or doing a donut in a car park. I don't mean eating one. Well, maybe eating one. Same kind of thing. It gives you a little burst of pleasure. You get that adrenaline squirting about your brain. And I think that's why people buy things. It gives them a little bit of a lift.
Exactly, dopamine. And I think it's the food we eat, the chemicals we ingest, the fact that we're on technology all the time, and it's proven to change your neural pathways.
Yeah.
And
they sprinkle crack on chips. That's a fact. That's why people like them so much.
You really distressed me 2 weeks ago. Now, I did investigate this, and you are correct.
What?
There is human hair in bread.
Yes.
It's disgusting. And the
is.
E-number, the E-number is 920. If anyone's looking, it comes up it appears as 920, E920.
Really?
It's called L-cysteine, I think. It's a type of protein
something
in the
like
hair.
that.
And they put it in chemicals, and there's all sorts of bristle and all sorts of things they put in. It's disgusting.
Animals' bristles, yeah.
And I really believe all this rubbish that people are eating, it disrupts your hormones, and the hormones regulate everything in your body.
We are conducting a giant science experiment on the human race. But all of these individual things may be provable to be safe in isolation, but we're not using them in isolation. We're combining them into a giant cocktail, and everybody's chugging it.
Exactly, and we have so many health problems, and that's the ironic, paradoxical thing. We've got so much knowledge, so much scientific knowledge. We've had so many advances. Medication I'm not really keen on, yet we're getting more and more ill.
You're not keen on medication?
So I try not even to take an Anodin. I really don't like taking tablets, going to the doctor, because if you look at the side effects on the information.
Don't ever do that. Warning! Don't read the piece of paper that comes with your pills, otherwise you won't take your pills.
Exactly.
Actually, I take that back. You should always read the label. And the helpful piece of advice, just don't take it to heart, because pretty much everything you take will cause you internal bleeding. It'll cause your eyeballs to shrivel in their sockets, your ears to fall off, and anything up to and including death.
Tablets that, ironically, patients take for their heart can cause a heart attack.
Yeah.
This is the paradoxical thing, and I think the money that the drugs companies make from people's ailments, I just think people need to look after themselves, healthy mind, healthy body.
Correctamundo. Yeah, we should start looking after ourselves more rather than just doing whatever we want. It's our right. We can do what we want. And drinking too much and eating too much of the wrong stuff and not exercising, and then expecting to go down the doctor. Oh, doctor, please help me. I want a pill. I need some antibiotics. You know, those people.
People want an instant solution, and they don't gauge the consequences of their actions. Today I was in Wanstead. I left the flat today after 8 days. So after work, I went to get some groceries, and people were sitting in the beer garden, wandering around manically, swivel-eyed in the supermarket, and no socially... Just crazy. It's just people have no sense of decor. Well, in Wanstead they do, I have to say. But they were breaking the rules. standing
Wanstead, they have a sense of decorum. I'm not sure that's correct, is it?
They're polite in Wanstead. The people weren't following the rules today, and I don't know why.
Well, I passed thousands and thousands of people swarming all over parks. I passed a couple of parks coming here, and they were absolutely packed. And the pubs that I passed, they were rammed outside as well. It didn't seem like anybody was paying the slightest bit of attention to all these instructions about bubbles and, keep a meter. Is it a meter or 2 meters?
2 meters. 2 meters.
I don't know. Well, some scientific bod the other day said that you can catch it 10 meters away. That's true.
I realised how similar or the dilemma is with Brexit. I don't want to mention the B word.
Oh, no. If you just mentioned the B word.
No, I'm sorry, and the virus, because you're either in or you're out, and the people who are in hate the people who are out, and the people who are out disagree with the people who are in. There are obviously people flouting the social distancing rules, and I really fear that people are not learning their lesson, and I have a little feeling there'll be another lockdown between September
of course there will be. Yeah, I mean, once we start all emerging out of our bunkers, then the virus will spike, as it has done all over the world. I mean, just because we are exceptionally British doesn't mean to say that this thing will just bounce off us when we come out again. Of course it will spike. It's bound to.
Silly.
The fundamentals haven't changed. It's still out there. We can still get it. Even if you've had it already, there's no indication that you can't get it again. In fact, there's reports of people catching it again 10 days later. I mean, who knows? They still don't know anything about it, really, or enough about it to determine that if you've had it already, it gives you some kind of immunity. And if it does, how long that immunity lasts. Yeah, I mean, the scenario of further lockdowns seems to be inevitable. And we couldn't possibly economically survive another lockdown. I mean, can you imagine doing this again for like 4 months? It's just impossible to contemplate. Well, you can contemplate it, but the horror. I'm talking to a bloke in Boreham Wood called Joe. Joe.
Hi. Great show.
Thanks, Joe.
Right, I told your producer I'm getting a little bit worried about Boris Johnson. I'm not picking on him like I usually talk about him a lot. But if you've got COVID-19, the side effects are psychosis, liver damage, brain damage, and narrowing of blood vessels. And I think he's going the same way as Mr. Trump in America, and that's terrible what's happening over there. And I'm a little bit concerned, and I feel we as the people should not be, put in this situation, because all the scientists, and including the scientists on your show today, this afternoon, said that this virus is going to be around for a long time yet, and until he reckons it might last 2 years with like a flu jab. I mean, it's obvious there's going to be another strike come September and December, and I mean he's taking it very lightly. He's playing like as if with his herd theory, and he's the shepherd. I mean, at the end of the day, we're talking about lives. I agree in certain aspects about the business side of it, but most of the people that are going to die are the frail and the elderly, and they're the people who fought for us and the reason why we're here. I mean, Boris Johnson hasn't got a clue. And, you as London LBC Radio are the opposition. Even the Labour Party is not doing a great job as you're doing.
We're the opposition.
You are the opposition, mate. If it wasn't for you lot, we wouldn't have a say.
Right. If it wasn't for me personally, we'd be speaking German right now? Is that what you're saying?
Well, you're doing a great show.
Right.
I mean, you are top presenter.
Yeah. Thanks a lot, Joe. I appreciate it.
What you're talking about.
But you're well. I don't know which show you're listening to right now, but that's almost certainly not true. But you're concerned with Boris Johnson's mental agility.
Yeah. Wait a minute.
Well, you, me, and everybody else I know. All right. Thanks a lot, Joe. I mean, even Donald Trump thinks.
Is he crazy, or is that just the way he acts?
Yeah, a little bit. 0345 6060 973. Text 84850. Email nick@lbc.co.uk. And if you're on Twitter, it's @LBC. Let's have San Francisco. Danielle.
Hello, Nick.
Danielle.
Well, I thought about you because I know our birthdays are around the same time. Mine's next week.
Yes. Next week. Well, that's nowhere near mine.
I thought you were in July.
No. August.
All right.
Yeah.
All right, never mind then. So I know that you are all going to experience the have to wear a mask to go do anything thing, I think next week, right?
Yeah.
We've been doing that here for a while, and initially I was kind of like, I'm just relieved to go out and be able to go to a shop and, do transactions. But today I actually had a bit of a mini meltdown, and I'm like, am I turning into one of those people? I actually felt like a rat being told to go through a maze with a muzzle on. It was really weird. I was in a mall returning something because you can't try anything on.
No.
And they were really quite sort of militant and a bit rude. And I just thought, I can't do this. It was really odd.
Well, now, wait a minute. Back up. So you presented yourself without a mask?
No, with a mask. You can't go into the malls without one here. We don't get fined. I know you're going to get fined at home.
Yeah.
But, they won't let you in. They've got guards standing outside the shopping mall.
Okay.
And I'm used to wearing one at work. We have to wear one in the rigs, and we have to wear one when we're treating people. Even going into a building alarm, which is really awkward because I've got all my gear on.
So wait a minute. Because people might not know, Danielle is a firefighting person. So
yes,
if there's a building on fire, you first have to fit a mask on you in case you give the building a disease.
Not quite, no. A building alarm. So if an alarm goes off and there's smoke in the building, or let's say there's a painter that's triggered the alarm or something, that happens. They're false. It happens a lot, but we still have to respond.
Okay.
So we have to wear one there because we have to speak to the engineer or to the homeowner, etc., etc.
Right.
But it was really this moment in the mall, and I think you collectively might experience this. You kind of do it for a few weeks as you just want to get out and about and get your stuff done, and then it catches up with you. And I left feeling really upset and claustrophobic. It was bizarre.
So you couldn't actually take back the what was it you bought?
Oh, I did. It was an H&M, and I took it back, and the security guard got really sort of kind of in my face about it, and I'm just going over there, and there's nobody in the store because they just opened up. And he literally stood like an inch away from me and gave me strict instructions and got very shirty. And I thought, this is delightful.
Well, give people a uniform, and occasionally they will abuse that privilege.
Well, I try never, ever, ever to. If anything, I go the opposite way. But it was just really strange, and I've not complained about it because I know a lot of people here, and you mentioned it the other week, I thought it was funny, but it's starting back home. You said it was more of a Republican-Democrat thing.
Yeah.
Now it's become political back home too. So,
what you mean in the UK?
Yeah, it's interesting to watch on the news.
It
isn't.
It's all tied up with the anti-vaxxers.
I'm not an anti-vaxxer. I'm not really against wearing a mask, but there's a middle ground where after a while you just get fed up with it.
I think that a lot of people are going to get fed up with it because I don't think most people have actually bothered to wear one yet. To be honest, I haven't until I got my hair cut, and then it was the rule, and I didn't want to be an outlier, so I put a mask on. But that was the first time I've done that. But we
can't.
Go on.
In San Francisco, they've locked us down for everything. So gyms, hairdressers, all that stuff is still locked down. But there is a town literally 5 minutes away I drove to day before yesterday, and I walked in with a mask, got a manicure, pedicure, and a wax. And then I just drove home. And I'm like, well, this makes sense. Just ridiculous. It's ridiculous. There's no continuity.
No, there isn't. There's the rules taken as a whole don't make sense because one seems to contradict the other. I mean, you can get your hair cut, but you can't get your nails done. Stuff like that.
So I'm hoping everybody will be patient with themselves and everybody else around them because it's quite the experience, and it some days you just think, oh, to heck with this.
Yeah, I just think it's going to be really difficult for businesses who are trying to open up, who are based on the principle of a lot of people getting together in a small-ish place, like restaurants, bars, pubs. Everything that we do, really. I mean, the entire economy is based on cramming people together in a small space. And I think that people will wear a mask as a novelty for a while, but it will gradually sink in that this is what our life is like now. And
that's what happened to me today. That's exactly what happened. And also with all the rules of where I could walk, and even I had to have a chaperone looking at makeup, and I wasn't touching anything, and it just felt very invasive. It was very peculiar. Not that you're going to be touching makeup or looking at makeup, but
I'll be honest with you, Danielle. I'd look fantastic with a lot of makeup on.
Hey, I've seen your picture, so maybe.
Here is Guildford. Alan.
Hi, Nick.
Alan.
Yeah, I must say that a few of the topics regarding the virus that's been brought up in the last while I've been listening to, I totally agree with you, and they should be talked about properly and discussed. But one thing which I think drifted away, okay, yes, face masks, I think personally is important, but have we all forgot about washing your hands? The argument now, washing, that's how it's transmitted.
Well, also through the air.
Of course, yes. No, I agree with that, but it's no good having a mask which people take off after it's got the actual germs on the mask, and they take it off and think, oh, no, okay, and don't wash their hands.
Yeah.
Where has it disappeared from? That even children 3 months ago, or 4 months ago, when they were in nursery, they were singing songs about washing your hands. That is the most important thing. And
who's not washing their hands now?
I'm not saying I am. I know people who are, but the fact is that it's not been reinforced. Masks seem to be taking the actual centre stage all of a sudden, but it's no good having a mask when when the mask is actually taking the actual virus. It doesn't matter what it is, and the people are taking the mask are thinking unsafe. They touch the mask on the outside, and they're not washing their hands. Masks, wash your hands. Wash your hands before you put the mask on. When you take it, before you take it off, wash your hands. Take the mask off. That's what it should be.
Right.
And
that's a lot of hand washing. Yeah.
Yeah, well, that's a lot of hand washing. I totally agree. And there's a lot of things which have been a lot of inconvenience over the last 4 months. Spending hours trying to book a delivery from a supermarket.
Yeah. Never mind about hours, days after days after days. I just gave up and I went to an actual supermarket. I couldn't believe how nice it was in there. There was nobody there. It was great.
Yes, but I mean, I agree with what you've been saying earlier. I've been, listening to the last 3/4 of an hour, and I totally agree. Boris Johnson coming out, everything's been okay till December. Why are you giving $3 billion to the health service to be ready for this, just in case? Let's get things in perspective. People aren't going to go back to work if they're asthmatic. Do you think they're going to walk back into their office? Insurance companies aren't going to insure people. They're not going to insure employers. Employers are going to get sued by workforce. How can you sack someone who doesn't want to go to work when they can work from home? A lot of the time is, in my book, is that because people aren't using the train services, people aren't using the petrol stations, so the government's not getting taxed from the petrol for a start. There's so much more to discuss. And you brought up so many of them arguments, and you could, each one, which I've been listening to for the last 3/4 of an hour, you could do a 2-hour show on each individual thing, and it's great what you say. You don't go in depth, but it's actually an eye-opener. And then I listen to callers, and I would never know another caller's opinion at all.
But
some people might think that I live in cloud cuckoo land.
Whereas actually you live in Guildford.
That's I tell you what.
Yeah.
It's quite nice to actually live in this area.
Is it?
Yes.
That sounds like damning with faint praise. Nice.
There was a character called Nice But Bim.
Who?
Nice But Bim, a character.
Right.
Years ago. But,
Harry Enfield. Yeah.
Yes, you got it. But common sense, look, yeah.
Right. Okay. I think I get the picture.
Wash
your hands. Yeah, exactly.
It doesn't solve the problem.
Always wash your hands before picking your nose. That's the best advice that we can pass along. All right. Thanks a lot, Alan, for whatever that was. 0345 6060 973. George emails, Nick, you know everything. Are there any predators of those flying ants? I don't like the sound of it. First COVID, now a plague of airborne ants. Well, it does appear as though you-know-who is very upset with us. With good reason. Yeah, there's predators of flying ants. I mean, I would imagine that it would be like Christmas and birthdays all come at once for birds. I mean, there was a blackbird hopping about my garden. I'd never been so happy. All they've got to do, birds, is just find the hole where those things come out. Because they do. They seem, I don't know, I guess they bury them underground. Get David Attenborough on the phone and he'll explain it to us. They seem to just emerge out of one spot in the ground. And if a bird had something larger than a bird brain, then it might be able to figure this out. Stupid birds. Just open your beak over the hole and they'll all fly into your mouth. And in about half an hour, the blackbird would be so heavy it wouldn't be able to take off. Can you imagine the taste of those things? Ugh. God, who'd want to be a bird? Amazing that blackbirds can sound so sweet while eating such blech. This is the a recording of a blackbird that I made yesterday. What beautiful music. Dowlin Hove says, why hasn't anyone told the flying ants about social distancing? Yeah, exactly. Keep your feelers to yourself.
Disgusting.
This says, if many people don't go out to work, then public transport loses money. If multi-million-pound office blocks go empty, then they are useless. So probably not a good way to drive the economy. If nobody moves, people can't make money. End of story. Get on with it, people. Get on with it, people. Yeah, I do think that where we're going has the potential to be a better life. It's just that we're going there too quickly. This is the thing with enormous change in economies. If it happens too quickly, then there's just too much misery. You might get to where you're going quicker, but the destruction that happens on the way will be catastrophic to those people who are living through it. I mean, future generations might be delighted with us doing a handbrake turn on the economy, really. I mean, changing everything. And wouldn't it be incredible if we did, if this was the moment that more people worked at home than went to an office? Everything would change. I bet that there would be a catastrophic fall in the number of people being born, because people wouldn't be meeting other people in offices and doing disgusting things to each other. Now, that might be to the benefit of future generations, but it'd be absolutely miserable for this one, because fewer children being born means that there will be less people to take care of older people. And whether you like it or not, that's us. There'll be fewer people who are active in the economy if there's fewer babies born now. And, if you skip a couple of generations, then fewer people in general would be good, as long as the age is spread out along the, among the as long as the demographic remains constant. What you don't want is an enormous number of old people and not enough young people taking care of them, making the money, and literally taking care of them, which is actually where we're going. It'd be okay in 50 years' time, but in 20 years' time, big problems, huge. So I think this is like a crash course in making life better. It's just that the change, the change will be miserable, but the destination will be, it'll be delightful. Fingers crossed, maybe we'll all still be alive when we get there. 0345 6060 973. Let's have Ealing. Adam.
Yeah, hello.
Adam.
Yeah, hello.
Yes, Adam.
Yeah, I can hear you. Can I speak?
Yes, Adam. I can hear you too. That's like a coincidence.
Yeah. I just wanted to say good evening. I just wanted to say
good evening.
The fiasco about Public Health England's data gathering measure just shows why I was
the data. What you mean the contract tasting? That. Is that what you're talking about?
No contract like Boris was modeled up the other day. No, not that one.
Not that one.
They're counting anybody that's ever had COVID has died of COVID. And in March and in April, about a group of my friends, like 6 of us, said England's number was definitely exaggerated. And that was even before England or the UK took off as the highest numbers in Europe.
Yeah. So who said that our numbers were exaggerated?
It was all over the news today.
No. You said that a while ago.
Yeah, some of my friends and many people.
Okay, but what do they know?
What they know is there was incidents of many people that had their relatives died in care homes or in the community, and without even having a positive test of having died of COVID, their GP or their doctors or medical personnel died of COVID.
Right.
And there were instances of people going back to the medical professionals and saying, no.
Well, I'm highly suspicious of all of this. It sounds like revisionism on behalf of the government. They're trying to cover themselves and make their ineptitude seem less egregious by saying, well, of course, all of these people have not died of COVID. They died of other unrelated things. Well, the numbers were damped down by not including people who died in care homes. So I rather suspect that the numbers, even though they're trying to make it appear as though they're better than they appear, I wouldn't be remotely surprised if they were actually worse.
It was not the government. It was Oxford statisticians or professors that pointed it out today. It was not the government at all. It was Oxford statisticians that saw that people that were tested positive of COVID in February, March, April died in, let's say, 3 weeks ago or in June.
Yeah.
Being counted as died of COVID when they.
Well, maybe they did. What did they die of?
Or maybe they didn't. But why would you say? But Scotland is not doing it that way. Wales is not doing it that way.
Well, every country on earth is counting them slightly differently, which makes comparing and contrasting between countries difficult. But some numbers are so huge that you have to think, well, there's something seriously amiss in this or that country. Mentioning no names.
Oh, shut up!
Belgium is a case in point. Belgium also exaggerated its numbers.
Yeah, Belgium did. Yeah.
Yeah, but once you had a cold or once you had a fever or any symptom at all, without having tested positively for COVID, they put them in the official
Right, but to be fair, if you died of a cold while having COVID, or while having recently had it, then it seems quite likely that you actually died of COVID, not a cold.
Yeah, I accept that. Of course, I accept that. But I'm saying in the early days, in March or April, when some of my friends got together, there were people whose relatives have not even tested positive at all for COVID, where the medical professional just slapped COVID on the death certificate.
Well, why would they do that? If they haven't tested positive... Okay.
We had 3 people in London and 1 in Nottingham, and it was removed eventually because they protested. No, did you ever test my mom for COVID? They said no. They removed it and it was removed.
4 people?
What?
4 people?
That I know, yeah, that I knew within my circle of friends, 6 or 7 of us that we knew. And it was largely, there was an article from a professor in Portsmouth around the time.
Right. Okay. So your position is that the government is not as cack-handed as most people.
I'm not saying that.
Believe.
England, UK has had one of the worst episodes, but it's not as dramatically bad.
Well, we don't know that. We don't know that. It's not an equation that only goes one way. I mean, it is entirely within the realms of possibility that the government is keeping the numbers artificially low. I mean, it might be actually worse than they are reporting. But keep your eyes peeled, Adam, and I want a full report on my desk first thing in the morning. This text says, who does Steve Allen think he is? Excellent question. Who does he think he is? Mucking about with my stuff. Keep your hands to yourself, Steve. John texts, the problem with this current scenario is that a vast majority of people are going to lose out. Society is going to collapse for many, with a small percentage benefiting. Yup. As usual. It's just going to magnify the iniquities inherent in the system. Victoria texts, Boris and his flyaway hair, embarrassing so-called leader of the UK, could not organise a you-know-what in a brewery. Can't wait to leave this country. We're moving to Greece. Not the musical, the country. Andy from Kent says, I very much like your new haircut, which I noticed on your website picture. Very smart. I haven't had a new picture of me anywhere for decades. I mean, seriously, the picture that I use on the Twitter thing is the last publicity shot that was taken here. And that's at least 10 years old. I'm just not interested in having my picture taken. I just hate having my picture taken. It doesn't even occur to me to change it. So it's definitely not a new haircut. Upminster. Hello, Keith.
Hello, Nick.
Keith.
How are you?
Great, mate.
Have you heard about Mary Trump?
Mary Trump? Have I heard about her?
Mary Trump has recently published a book.
Yes.
She's a niece of Donald.
Yeah.
And have you heard about it? It's
I've heard.
Complimentary.
Yeah, I've heard about it. Yeah.
Yeah. Have you read it yet?
Of course not.
It came out on the 14th, actually.
Right. I don't care. Is it a book?
Boring.
Then I'm not going to read it.
It's available on Audible as well.
Oh, yeah, no doubt.
Yeah, I don't often buy books these days, but I might actually get this one.
Make an exception in this case.
Well, it's come out just in time for the election.
Yeah, just in time for the election, which the Republicans are busy trying to steal. No doubt with extra help from you-know-who, Vlad the Insaner.
Yeah. I think I only heard about it tonight on the TV, but it looks worth getting a copy of.
Well, yeah, I'm not sure. I think I pretty much know everything that she's going to unveil in that book.
She said it was a dysfunctional family.
Yeah, well, you can say that again. He's a dysfunctional person.
A president. Can you believe it?
No, Donnie, we're still stunned.
Apparently, his brother, who was her father, died quite early. But I think he was ripped off by Donald. Her father was ripped off by Donald as well.
Well, I'm sure that he has the same effect on everyone he touches. He's probably touched other people, Melania. What do you think about that?
I don't care.
She's actually not remotely bothered. Okay, thanks, Keith. 0345 6060 973. Let's have Bridlington. Brian.
Oh, Nick, how are you?
Good, thanks.
Yeah, I just want to talk about, I'm in my mid-60s, and you're talking about things changing. It seems to me Bridlington is going back to when I was a child, which is a strange thing to say.
Well, in what way?
Well, people come into the seaside for the day out on the weekend, but they're just not spending their money. They're bringing packing up and flasks.
They're bringing their own sandwiches and a thermos, yeah.
Yeah, and a bottle of milk stout on the beach, things like that. Because I'm a chef and I work in this industry, and there's no work or business, and I can't.
Well, is your business open?
No, it's shut.
Right, well, 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 it's shut. Of course there's no business if it's shut. Have you tried opening?
No, because it takes coach parties, that type of thing, with the
elderly. And so are you going to open?
We just don't know.
Right.
In fact, that company, the main company, is, I think, going to try and sell the hotel because they're not going to see any future in it. That's what happened.
Oh, you were okay. So you work in the kitchen of a hotel.
Yeah.
God, what a hotel's going to do. I mean, that's one business that people haven't really talked very much about. Hotels. There's so many hotels in well, they're building another 5-star hotel about 50 yards from where I'm sitting right now, in a small square that's already got 2. It's insane.
Yeah. Well, that's the situation here, because bed and breakfast, then traditional things went years ago.
Yeah.
So it's mainly hotels, and they've just built a new one right in the middle of Bridlington, and that's taken trade off. Like, it took a lot of trade off the hotel I was in.
Yeah. Well, who goes to? I don't mean this pejoratively. I mean, who goes to Bridlington for a holiday? No, I'm not being rude. I'm just genuinely curious. But you said coaches. Coaches of who?
Yeah, and it's mainly people from East and West Yorkshire and South Yorkshire.
Is it day trippers?
Yeah, day trippers, but they're just, they're not spending money on anything. They're not going into pubs. Because I know a lot of people in this trade, and they're about 50, 60% down on normal when they should be rammed out and packed outside the door kind of thing onto the pavement.
I mean, part of it is that people are going to places that are mostly closed. So there's not that impetus. You don't feel as though you can go and do normal things because nothing's normal anymore.
Exactly, yeah.
Apart from the sea, that doesn't change, does it?
No. But
apart from that brisk breeze coming off the sea, I bet people are still wearing hat, coat, scarf, and gloves in the middle of July.
Yeah, up here they're still wearing knotted handkerchiefs on the road.
What a beautiful image.
Drinking their milk stout.
Yeah.
And listen to Vera Lindbergh.
Wow, that sounds a delight. Come to Bridlington. The sea is lovely this time of year. It sounds a delight. I'll see you by the seashore, all right? I'll bring my own bucket. Thanks a lot, Brian. Some brief roundup of some of these texts. Victoria texts. Boris has read that. Andy from Kent says, I've read that. Frank in London emails, is sage what you stuff into a chicken at Christmas? No, Frank. It's what you stuff into a turkey at Christmas. Keep up.
Everything is going extremely well.
You remember the... no, it doesn't work. Oh, well, never mind. I'll just carry on. I'm a trained professional and I'll work through it. You remember the Mayor of London, Sadiq Khan? Do you recall Sadiq Khan? No! Yes, that's him. Well, this week Sadiq Khan accused the government of risking the health of the public to spare Michael Gove's blushes. And I seriously doubt whether Michael Gove has ever blushed in his life. You have to have blood in your veins to go red in the face, right? I'm pretty sure that Michael Gove has concentrated acid coursing through his arteries like the alien monster. Anyway, Michael Gove was spotted in a sandwich shop perusing the dead meat offerings, and no doubt he was doing that. It could be the mic is the wrong way around. Well, let's try that, shall we? Why would anybody... Yes, it is. Why would anybody come in here and turn the mic the wrong way round? I mean, for God's sake, why would they do that? It was fine when I left last night, and somebody came in here and turned the mic the wrong way. You can't use the mic the wrong way round. Why would they do that? You have to unscrew like 5 things to get the mic to turn the wrong way round. Somebody had to go through a lot of effort to do that. Why? Shall we start again?
No.
Do you recall Michael Gove? No! Yes, that's him. Well, Sadiq Khan accused the government of risking the health of the public to spare Michael Gove's blushes. And then I made a joke about Michael Gove being the alien monster. Anyway, he was spotted in a sandwich shop, perusing the sandwiches without a mask. And if there's one person in the land who should always use a mask, it's Michael Gove. But the problem with that, as Sadiq Khan said, was that him not wearing a mask gave us poor dopes who are... Oh, you know what? Can I go to a break, then I'll restart? I'd like to actually throttle to death the person who turned this mic around. Why would you do that? In all the time that I've been working in radio, I have never come across that before. So, forgive me, I'll take a pause and I'll come back. And that doesn't work. Okay, I'll carry on then. Why doesn't that work? Never mind. So, the problem with Michael Gove not wearing a mask in Pres was that it was just hours after Matt Hancock suggested that you should have to wear a mask in a takeaway, and Number 10 suggested that the opposite was true after becoming aware that Michael Gove had been spied without one. So Matt Hancock said that you should have to wear a mask in a takeaway, and Number 10 said, oh no, you shouldn't, only after a picture had been published with Michael Gove saying that with Michael Gove not wearing one in a sandwich shop. It's all going very well. So, Michael Gove, you silly minister, you're supposed to be telling us what to do. You know, based on the science. And we're supposed to do what we're told. But now, apparently, it's up to our best instincts, because Michael Gove cleared it all up for us, saying that it was best to trust the public to make a personal decision on whether we should wear a mask or not. That's not very wise advice. Telling us to make a personal decision about something that is important to the public's health. I mean, has he met us? Left to our own devices, we'd be out there licking bus shelters. Just tell us what to do. Make it easy for us. I'm coming in the room if you want to go to a break. No, stay where you are. To go to a break, fire the ads, press top right of desk. What, this one here? It's not my fault. This was like this when I got here, trying to figure out what the government's position is on masks. And it seems to be somewhat confusing. Michael Gove was spotted in a sandwich shop just this week without a mask. 2 other ministers were spotted in the very same sandwich shop with a mask. And the government's position seems to change with the direction of the wind. It actually changed with the publication of the picture of Michael Gove not wearing a mask in a sandwich shop. So we plebs were left wondering whether we should or whether we shouldn't. And to our increasing alarm, Michael Gove cleared it all up by saying it was best to trust us to make a personal decision about whether we wanted to or not. But that's not how this is supposed to work. They're supposed to tell us, and then we do it. His close personal friends and cabinet colleagues, Liz Truss, Rishi Sunak, they were pictured in the same store wearing a covering over their faces. And, no offence, but they need to cover their faces a lot less than Michael Gove needs to cover his, for the prettification of the nation, that is. Even bozo Boris Johnson was seen wearing one earlier this week. presumably grappled into one by Gollum, who went to Durham. Even Boris Johnson wearing a mask. Matt Hancock, the actual health secretary, said that coverings will be required in venues like sandwich shops when people buy things to go, which cleared it up for the length of time it took him to draw a breath before he said that you didn't have to wear one when you were eating in. Does that make sense? How less dangerous is it to wear a mask when confined in a small space with other people and a waiter hovering over you than picking up something wrapped in plastic and swiping for it at stretched over to arm's length to a till? So you don't have to wear one if you're eating in, but you do have to wear one if you're eating out. I mean, that rule is presumably because it would be rather hard to eat through a face mask. But then it makes a mockery of the whole thing, because you can get food to stay without a mask, but you can't get food to go without a mask. So you can buy a sandwich at a counter, but Matt Hancock said you can't buy a pint at a bar. You need to be served by a wait person, which we come to find out isn't true either. I mean, at least that's not the government's actual position, despite the fact that the health secretary said that it was. Confused? You should be. So to be clear, people need to wear masks if they're not receiving table service, and ordering at the bar is not permitted at pubs, despite official guidance saying that it is. And then Downing Street said that cafes and restaurants will not be included in the mask law at all. The system is only going to apply in shops and supermarkets. So please disregard everything that you have learned so far, because it was all wrong. There, that should settle it. And that's when the Mayor of London, Sadiq Khan, flipped his lid and tweeted, "This is frankly ridiculous." Well, it's just completely correct in every respect. It is frankly ridiculous. I mean, the virus doesn't know whether you're in a takeaway or a supermarket. And we're learning new things about this virus all the time. Maybe it does. It is quite possible that it knows exactly where you are and is making decisions on where to infect you all the time. We just don't know. It could be a super smart organism, the likes of which we have never seen. And if so, would it like to be the replacement to the current Prime Minister? Because Boris appears to have developed a fault. So the Health Secretary, Matt Hancock, decided to take charge and crack the whip. He said people will have to wear masks in shops and on public transport and in the NHS for the foreseeable future under threat of being fined, unless you don't want to, in which case please disregard everything that he's just said. That's actually true. He said that. If you don't wear a mask when you're out, you'll get fined £100 unless you have a legitimate excuse, such as, "It's my right, I can do what I want." Or if it causes you distress. I'm not making that last part up. You can avoid a fine for endangering the public by not wearing a mask if wearing one causes you distress, whatever that means. So, police persons are going to have to wrestle with the issue of whether you are distressed as they wrestle you to the ground for not following the rules, and if you weren't distressed beforehand, then you certainly will be then. Except, of course, that won't happen because the police are so busy they don't show up if you're being burgled at this minute. If you've got the culprit on camera, if you've got their driving licence and a signed confession, they still won't show up. And the Police Federation, representing rank-and-file officers, said it was unrealistic and unfair to expect them to patrol the aisles looking for people breaking the coronavirus regulations. So it's going to be down to the shopkeepers. Shopkeepers are going to have to insist on their customers covering their face holes. And, you've met people. How do you think that's going to go?
Oh, fabulous.
Matt Hancock said people would need to wear a face covering in a sandwich shop from July the 24th because it is a shop. He said if there's table service, it's not necessary to have a mask. But in any shop, you do have to have a mask. So if you're going up to the counter in Pret to buy a takeaway, that's a shop. But if you go to your local pub, you can't go to the bar. And the reason is because of there's a possibility of transmission over the bar. Therefore, it's table service only and a mask isn't needed. But the government's guidance says that bar service is allowed in pubs. Oh, my God. I wrote this stuff down and even I don't know what it means. I mean, I don't know whether they're just evil or stupid or just confused. I mean, either they're evil and deliberately trying to confuse us so they can blame any uptick on cases on us dopes, or they're stupid and not able to come up with a single thing that any of them agree about before telling us what the rules are. Or they're just confused. In which case, is there somebody else who can run the country for a bit? Or at least supervise? Shop assistants said that they fear abuse from customers over mandatory face coverings. And the Mail interviewed a shop assistant called Rizwan Ahmed at a small supermarket in Maida Vale. Said most customers arrive without face coverings, despite signs requesting that they wear one. He said, I've been telling everybody to wear masks, but people don't care now. Some people wear them, some don't, he said. Say we've got 100 people pass through the shop, about 10 will be wearing a mask. He said having to enforce the new law will create a difficult situation for shop assistants. He said there could be trouble because some customers mind. Yeah, I bet they do. They'll start yelling and flailing their arms like a drunken octopus and storm out to the disabled bay where they have illegally parked because it's the closest spot to the store. You know, those people. God, what a way to run a country, eh?
Dreadful.
0345 6060 973. You can text 84850, email nick@lbc.co.uk, and if you're on Twitter, it's @LBC. Oldbury, Ranjit.
Hello, Nick, you okay?
Yes, fine, thanks.
I'm just wondering, are the leaders of the free world trying to cause anarchy deliberately? Okay. I run a fish and chip shop in the West Midlands. I've got screens to protect ourselves. Now, when a customer comes in and they're not wearing a face mask, and I address them and say, look, can you put your face mask on? And they give me a load of Virgo, what am I supposed to do? All right, because every other one's going to say, oi, mate, go and tell that Michael Gove, go and tell that Donald Trump to wear it, yeah? What am I supposed to do? Am I supposed to call the police every 5 minutes? Because when somebody gets shirty with me, it's going to get into a bit of fisticuffs, isn't it? Or do I turn my customers away? What am I supposed to do?
Well, what have you done?
At the moment, I'm going to put a sign up which says, please wear masks if possible, because I can't ask somebody, what's your medical condition that you're not wearing a mask? Have you got a medical... he might say, I've got a bit of spot somewhere, I say, where is it? They say, it's none of your business, mate. What am I supposed to do?
I've got a spot somewhere, did you say?
Yeah, I've spoke to another bloke. He said, I can't wear one because I've got cancer on the end of my nose.
Oh, right.
Yeah.
Well, I wouldn't describe that as a spot exactly. I thought you were talking about acne.
No, Nick, come on. Look, you know what? The government's saying, right, you can go into a shop and lift up to, shoplift up to £199 and the police ain't going to turn up. Yeah? The police are saying we aren't going to be policing these people who aren't wearing masks.
Yeah.
The government is sending out ambiguous statements all the time, right? I mean, for example, why didn't Boris Johnson, right, him and his ultimate wisdom, 2 weeks ago say, right, from today, I want you all to wear masks, and in 2 weeks' time, it's going to be mandatory that you have to wear them, it's going to be law, instead of, is this virus suddenly going to turn on next Friday, Nick? And then suddenly everybody has to wear masks. What's happening between now and then? And I think, even though you and James O'Brien are trying to hold them to account, they ain't even listening to us. And when Donald Trump, the orange man, doesn't want to wear a mask, he's making a statement to you and me and everybody else. Listen, I can do what I want because I can, and no one can stop me. That is what they're saying to us, and that's what that Michael Gove, he reminds me of j116. Do you remember j116? Yeah? And his lips, right, look exactly like that j116. And when I watch him on TV, yeah,
I can't remember what j116's superpower was. Was it was just very, very bright? I know he wore glasses. So that does indicate a certain level of intelligence, weirdly, whereas it actually just indicates that he can't see very well.
Well, yeah, but like when your mum says you're going to go blind if you do that, and then I think he's probably turned around and says, "Can I wear glasses?" Right? And that's what's happened to him, and that's where all his energy. Now you see.
Now I know, right?
Now you know his energy has been gone.
Okay, then. All right. Well, I think that's.
He does look like John. I look for the strings,
All
but the strings could be Putin. Putin's pulling everybody's strings. I mean, we've developed a vaccine that we're going to let the Russians build it and then send it to us here to take.
That's very strange, accusing the Russians of trying to steal the secrets of a vaccine, and we're going to give them the vaccine so that they can manufacture it. Why would you want to steal something that you're about to be given?
Well, that's what I don't understand. So what are these politicians doing? Do they want to cause it like a civil war in this country, where people are on one side and the others are blaming them?
Well, if they did have a plan just to keep us all unsteady, like teetering as though we were on the edge, then that plan is going very well. But I don't really have confidence that what is happening is part of a grand plan. I suspect it's more cock-up than conspiracy.
Nick, I'm not convinced on that, because these people, to be a leader, even in the playground, yeah, for 5-year-olds, you've got to be a bit more intelligent than the other 5-year-olds, yeah? So Boris Johnson and all these cronies, yeah, have been elected. And I know you're going to say you need 1/3 majority, but they've got to have some form of intelligence. You can't do that many cock-ups, yeah? One after the other.
Well, I don't doubt that they have a certain level of intelligence, but that you can be as bright as the sun itself, and it doesn't necessarily mean that you are well disposed to doing the job that's required at the moment.
But I think that, like before there was a space war, and then there was the Cold War. I think there's an economic war at the moment, right? And we are being dangled, right, between China, Russia, and America. And we seem to be, annoying one person, and the other person is having a go at the other person. We seem to be like a, what can I say? I've got to keep it clean. Somebody on heat that everybody wants to have. That's the problem with our country here. I don't
think that we're in that position at all. That doesn't sound familiar at all. We are desperately attractive to other countries. I can't see that.
No, we can be probably a kingmaker somewhere. I don't know where, but the conspiracy theories now, are going round my mind. 10 to the dozen, on who is trying to shaft us.
Then you need to get yourself a Facebook account and put them all down on the internet, because that's where all that stuff belongs. I've got to go. Thanks a lot, Ranjit. 0345 6060 973. Peterborough. Hello, Jamie.
Hello, Dick. How are you?
All right, thanks.
Thank you very much. I'm just going back to mask. We're key workers in our house, and I'm a gas man. I've been going through people's houses every day since the lockdown, and we ain't locked down. We've had, my wife works at the co-op, if you can say that, and no one has a mask. Today I went to Lidl to do my shopping.
Yeah, when you say no one has a mask, what do you mean? The people who work there or the customers?
No, the customers.
Customers, right.
And...
Well, they're going to have to in like a week's time, something like that. Is because up to now it's been up to us, and people don't want to wear a mask. I think the longer you don't get the virus, the more you think that you're not going to get it. And of course, the two have no correlation at all. The one does not equal the other. If you up to this point haven't been affected by it, it doesn't mean to say that you're protected from it. It just means to say that you've been lucky so far, or the measures that you've taken have worked. But it doesn't mean to say that you're not going to get it in the future. But I think that's the sort of mindset of people. I mean, I'm guilty of that. I think that it's almost as though you forget that you are susceptible to it.
I fully agree. I took my mask in my pocket. I put it in the pocket and thought, no one else is wearing one.
Yeah, I did the exact same thing when I went to the supermarket just the other day. I had it in my pocket. Nobody else was wearing one, so I thought, oh, well, never mind.
But today was different. People had them on. There was more people wearing them, and I didn't have one on. And I felt silly for not having one on. So it's a brain change. But if this is the advice, why wasn't it from...
But if you're a gas man and you're going into people's homes, surely you wear one going into their house, no?
No, that wasn't the advice. It was you stand back, you knock at the door, you stand back, they go into a different room. But I've had months and months of going 10 houses a day where people just wouldn't listen and want to see what you're doing and look over your shoulder.
Right.
Well,
I had a plumber come over about 3 weeks ago now, and I opened the door to him, and he looked like death on legs. He looked absolutely awful. And it did occur to me to say, well, you can't come in. But then, getting a plumber around is not an easy thing at the best of times. And so I'll let him in, and he was obviously quite unwell. I mean, not sick like he should be at home in bed, but he looked like he had a really bad hangover. So it was either that or he had the disease, and he was whining on about, people going on about masks, and I thought, well, if people are actually saying to you in their homes that you should be wearing a mask, then maybe they've got something there. But me, like an idiot, let him get on with it and wander about the place. And I didn't say a word.
No, do you wear, to the people who you're making come into the house wear masks? The advice hasn't been there. It's been, you stay away, you go into another room, we go and do the work. But it didn't happen. I've had somebody shield him, wanting to shake my hand and insisting on shaking my hand.
Mm.
And it's like, well, you come home and then my wife goes off to work at the co-op and...
Well, you see it all over now. I mean, I'm watching the football. Is anybody who's playing the game actually making the slightest effort to be distant from anybody else? I mean, they're shaking hands and hugging people from opposite teams.
And look at the Formula One, where they've got the trophies going around on like a little... Have you seen them? The little carts?
No, I've got no time for Formula One.
Well, when they do the podiums on the Formula One, they've got remote control carts that bring the trophy over to the
kidding? Really?
No, I'm not.
Well, that's quite funny. Right, well, I have zero time for Formula One. Around and around and around it goes, and nothing ever happens. So boring. But that's I might tune in just for that.
Just watch the podium.
Yeah, exactly.
They all laugh because they come along and they've all got masks on and they're talking to someone 20 feet away. Yeah. But then you go to fix someone's radiator that's leaking and they'll lean over your shoulder and tap you on your head.
Right. Okay, all right. Well, thanks a lot, Jamie.
You all, how happy I am to be back in the studio, making a picture again.
It's a radio show, dear. Chris said, Paul said, no, Angela emails. I heard that Boris is hoping that things will be back to normal by Christmas. I've just read in the Evening Standard that things might be like this till 2022. Who should I believe? Well, if it's a choice between Boris Johnson and the Evening Standard, I'd believe the fake news. 2022. God, I'm sick of it already. I'm not completely satisfied with this year. This year is rubbish. Somebody emailed me last night saying, God, the A to Z of 2020 at Christmas is going to be interesting. well, rather the opposite of that. We'll only have one thing to say. I mean, it's a bit presumptuous of me to put myself on the schedule this far ahead. But if I do the A to Z of the year, God, what are we going to talk about? I've got C and a V, and that's it. Bromley, hello, Philip.
Hello, Nick. Nice to listen to you. You know, I get sick and tired of old Johnson. He's a real bumbling old fool. Why do we have to keep listening to this old fool? You know, look, why can't people make up their own minds? Make a law that everybody has to carry
No, we should not be able to make up our own minds. We should be told what to do and then do it. You see, the lockdown thing worked fairly well because we were told what to do. It's very simple. Stay in, don't go out, and
and everyone's going to die of depression. Oh, do you know, I listen to these women, some of them on the programme, and through other people, and they're so depressed. Get out, for God's sake, and find something to do. Get out of this depression. It's absolutely ridiculous.
What women are you talking about?
All of them. They get so depressed, some of them. It's just ridiculous. I saw a couple coming out the doctor, and they said, "Oh, this depression is terrible." I said, "Get out of it. Find something to do. Do some knitting or something." But look, make a law that everyone has to carry a mask. Let us decide whether we want to wear the damn thing.
No, we should be instructed what to do. It should be really easy, and then we'll do it.
I was on a bus the other day upstairs. There were just 3 people, me, a woman over the other side, and one right up the front. And I put my mask on. I was just under my mouth so my nose. And she said, "You're supposed to be wearing it." I said, "Look, love, I'm 9 metres away from you. There's only 3 of us up here. No way are you going to get coronavirus from me. You've got a mask on. You haven't got a problem."
Philip, you had a mask. I tell you what, Philip, the problem is with you, not with them. You had a mask on, but it was only over your chin. I know you think that you're that you are right, but here is the news: you're wrong. If everyone around you is, if you think that everybody around you is an idiot, well, maybe you're the idiot. Did you think of that? Paul says, we just need a maskless Michael Gove to show up in every conceivable place and situation to not have to wear masks at all. I don't know what that means. Boris says, get drunk in a pub without a mask, buy tea bags in a shop with a mask, go back to work with a mask, we up a tree with... Okay, I think these need editing, or we need to put some sort of barrier that these messages have to broach before they get to me. Let's have Lewisham. Barry.
Oh, hello there.
Hello there.
Good evening. Hi. This is absolute madness now. We've reached a point of full circus. It's occurred to me that people have lost faith. I think they've realised that the guy's an absolute clown. And I was speaking to someone today, and they weren't wearing a mask, and I was saying, well, what is it with us? Why is the entire shop maskless? And there were a good 40, 50 people in this relatively small shop. And they said, it doesn't really matter anymore, does it? Because we don't know what the rules are. So there's no point. And I thought that's the epitome of where we are. We don't really know. So we've lost all faith in anything. So what we're doing is nothing in particular. We're not doing the best thing to protect ourselves. We're not really thinking about the situation. And it all comes down to the boss, because he is an absolute clown. And if you think about it, it's a year since he's been in the office, yeah? Happy anniversary. Name me one of your successes, Mr. Boris. Name me a single success since you've entered the office. In fact, name me a single success prior to you becoming Prime Minister. Can you name a single success, Nick?
His entire life has been a success in that he has managed to get away with it, whatever the current it might be, without any of it touching him his whole life. He seems to be... He's another Donald Trump. It doesn't matter what he does, he just sails through it.
So success is not doing well for us or for anybody else. In this particular circumstance, it's doing well for us. Prior to that, it was doing well as London Mayor. I still don't remember successes. I don't remember the successes. You could tell me that was Boris Bikes, but that was Ken's. The Olympics, but that was Ken's. I can't remember.
Now, wait a minute, back up. The Olympics was Ken Livingston? I don't think so. But then I don't think it was much to do with Boris Johnson either. He just hired somebody to do it, and Seb Coe did it.
Do you remember the amount of energy that Ken Livingstone put into getting Newham redeveloped? I remember because I was working there at the time, and he put in a lot of effort with the mayor of Newham, right, to bring the Olympics to Newham, yeah, and he was pretty much instrumental in the whole, the whole pitch. And when I remember just before the bombing, the London bombings, it was a day before that we won the Olympics, and Ken was the mayor at the time, and the celebration was there. He didn't really get much time to do the celebrating because the day after it was the bombings. So, and that was the boss bombings and that sort of stuff. So none of this Boris. Boris has got no successes to speak of.
Well, okay, the bike lanes were something to do with him. Now, of course, depending on your favourite mode of transport, you could say that that's a good or a bad thing.
I was a cyclist, and there were 8 people killed in an October in Bow.
Right, well, that's not his fault, though, surely.
Yes, he designed. He was behind the bicycle lane design.
Boris Johnson did not sit down on a piece of paper and design any bicycle lanes. He had other people who were supposed to know what they were doing to do it for him.
Yeah, and he's supposed to see. That's the thing, because he's supposed to be the man behind the detail to check it all off and tick it. That's his job.
No, that wasn't his job. That's not the job of the mayor. The job of the mayor is not a man who does detail. The job of the mayor is somebody who waves his arms around at the front of the stage and creates amusement and interest and gives you the direction of travel. He's not a detail person. Everybody knows that Boris Johnson doesn't do detail.
What does he do then, apart from get away with it?
Right, well, that's the thing. That's what he does. He waves his arms around at the front of the stage, being a distraction and an amusement, which is okay if you're the mayor of a city, but is not a good set of qualifications to be the prime minister of a country.
And now we've got to be completely honest to say, well, that is why we are where we are. With 46,000 dead in this country. Underestimating. That's underestimating the 46,000.
Well, of course, they're having an immediate investigation about. There's going to be an inquiry as to the numbers of deaths, not because because they're concerned about their own efforts in that regard. It's because they're concerned that exactly right, to try and bring it down by rejigging the statistics.
Yeah, that's pretty much. I mean, and that is what trying to get away with it again. Ultimately, it doesn't matter. How if you could take a couple of thousand off here or there. Ultimately, he performed so badly in this task. In comparison to many others. So it's not a matter of it's so impossible. He's doing the best he can. No, he's doing terribly. And that's what's happening here. He's giving terrible messages. No one really understands where they are or what to do or what the rules are.
Well, so, he was on the phone to Donald Trump, and this was just a little while ago, and the message came out from Number 10 that they're going to coordinate their response to the virus. That Donald Trump and Boris Johnson were going to coordinate a response to the virus. And we in America are the two. If we're not the two, then we're at least in the top 4 worst countries in this regard. I mean,
well, that's a coordinated response.
Exactly.
It's coordinated terrible response.
Yeah. Here's something that's really alarming. The coronavirus infection rate in England is 5 times greater than that of Scotland's.
Yeah,
how?
I noticed that. Do you know what? How many people? I've noticed in Scotland, relatively few people, if not 0, people have died over the past few weeks. Now Scotland is up the road. What are they doing? That is so
up the road. It is literally up the road. Yeah, depending on where you're standing. Yeah.
It's 500. Well, it's a long road, but it's still it's within the vicinity. But they've got 0 deaths. What is so different over there?
Yeah, I'm not sure that they have 0 deaths.
Oh, well, they've had about...
By what measure? Right, okay.
Yeah,
anyway, because comparing different countries is difficult because they have different ways of collecting the statistics, and in some countries they, as has been suggested here, they count absolutely every death as COVID-related, even if it actually isn't. I mean, even if it's a coincidence. And so places like Belgium look really bad, but aren't actually as bad as you might think. It's just that they collect the data differently. But England and Scotland, you would think that they are directly comparable. And if you do compare the two, it's just so bad. 5 times greater the infection rate in England than it is in Scotland. Why?
Do you know what the thing is? They were on similar trajectories a few months ago. All right? They were going in similar places, similar numbers in care homes proportionately, and all of a sudden things changed. And it's because Nicola Sturgeon has given much clearer advice she's been much sterner about what she's doing. Yeah, and she's been serious about what she's doing and not trying to win points or to do populism. Boris is busy being a populist, so he gives simple solutions to really complicated issues.
Well, I think, like Trump, he says something that will get him a positive reaction from his immediate audience, and then, and if that necessitates changing his opinion for the next audience, then so be it.
Do you know, the disappointing thing is I've got 4 years that I'm going to be having to do this. I'm just tiring.
It's not just you, Barry. We're all in the same boat. Jerry emails, if in Italy, if you're a customer in a restaurant or eating place and you don't wear a mask while at the table, but if you get up to go to the loo, you have to put on a mask. Wait, in Italy, if you're a customer in a restaurant or eating place, you don't wear a mask while at the table, but if you get up to go to the loo, you have to put on a mask. Makes sense to me, says Jerry. Yeah, well, you can't eat through a mask, so I suppose if you're going to be in a restaurant at a table, you can't wear one. But it does make a mockery of making you wear one in all other places. I mean, as though a virus is going to stop at the door of a restaurant and thinking, oh, well, that's table service in there. I'm not welcome. John says, Zorro wore a mask continuously, and I believe Zorro never caught the coronavirus. I rest my case, says John. Well, that's a good point. Brighton, hello, Nick.
G'day, mate. How you going?
Good, thanks.
Yeah, to be honest, though, one of the calls you just had on pretty much summed up most of what really needs to be said. But I did laugh when that other guy had been on and saying, well, and then you asked the question, why on earth would Russia want to steal a virus that they're going to be given in due course to reproduce?
A vaccine?
Yeah. Well, yeah, the vaccine, obviously, the virus. I just figured, well, if it was me, it would be so I could play around with it, perfect, turn it into what I wanted it to be, so that when you handed over the real thing, I could just start kicking the stuff I'd made out the door based on your thing. But that's just me.
I'm not really following you. What are you saying?
Well, the sooner they have all the details of the, for example, the RNA or DNA of the vaccine,
yeah,
and how it works, the sooner they can start playing around with it.
What do you mean by playing around with it?
I don't know. Do something nefarious, you know. It's one of those things, you know.
What are you doing?
The film of Beautiful.
It sounds like you're building a boat. What are you doing?
I'm actually building a football pitch, mate. So yeah,
right.
I work long hours.
You're building a football pitch.
Yeah.
How do you do that?
There's artificial grass, AstroTurf.
Right. So okay. So you're laying AstroTurf.
Yeah, pretty much.
Right.
Chop that down AstroTurf, cut all the lines in, glue all the lines in. Yeah, basically. But that's what I'm doing at the moment.
Okay.
See, normally I wouldn't actually get a hear show, but I'm quite pleased I found it.
Yeah, well, I'm over here, and thanks a lot, mate. 0345 6060 973. Bruce emails, if it annoys you that everyone is doing as they please over there, imagine how we feel here in Spain, he says, when the only ones not wearing a mask are the British and the Dutch. Oh, the Dutch too, eh? Huh. Well, that's... I'm surprised, because normally, Dutch people always so perfect. He says, everything we have managed to achieve is being slowly undone. I'm hesitant to go on holiday in my own country now, says Bruce from Spain. I can't imagine going on holiday. Well, I was thinking about it today. Somebody, I read an article about somebody who'd gone to Amsterdam, and they said, God, it's a fabulous time to go to Amsterdam. There's nobody here. You can cycle about and go to museums, and they're all empty. I thought, hey, that sounds like not such a bad idea. And then I looked into it, and I thought, pal, you know what? No. I don't think this is the right time to be going on holiday. And then I thought, maybe never is the right time to go on holiday from now on. This virus sucks. I'm very disappointed with this virus. Because it's not going to go away, and it seems unlikely. I mean, the scientists aren't very confident that we're going to get a vaccine, and if we don't, maybe never will be a good time to go on holiday. Gavin emails, Michael Gove thought the question was, should we wear a mask in a sandwich shop? Masks will not prevent COVID, recent studies have found. Oh my God, listeners with material. Basildon. Hello, Barry.
Hello, Nick. How you doing, mate?
All right, thanks.
Well, I just want to say I think it's all wrong, all this bad information we're getting about the government and Donald Trump. I think they're doing a fantastic job. Absolutely brilliant.
Right. What makes you say that?
Well, I mean, how many more people need to die before anyone gets any idea of what's actually going on? It's terrible.
What is going on?
Well, I think you know what's going on.
No, I don't. I don't know. I don't really know where this is going. Go on.
Well, you can see it, can't you? I mean, I don't know. We've had the best advice ever from the government. They're doing a great job. We've got Dominic Cummings that's got to check his eyesight every so often. I mean, I think that's one of the best moves they've ever made. And I think Boris is doing a fantastic job. What do you think?
I think that when Gollum went to Durham, I think that was the turning point. Like most people, I've been indoors pretty much for the last, 5 months now. But coming here, I do drive through, or past, to be more accurate, a couple of parks. And they were pretty empty. And the streets were really empty. And the centre of London was completely deserted until Gollum went to Durham. And then I think that there was a big sea change, which kind of surprised me at the time, because he's not a particularly famous character as Dominic Cummings, and I didn't think that anything that he did would have a great effect on the British public. But I thought that it was really noticeable, a change in the air, and the parks filled up. And it wasn't a change in the weather either, because it had been warm previous to that, but they were empty. And both the centre of town, which has got considerably fuller over the past month or so, but out of town pubs and not pubs exactly, but bars and just places where people would congregate, shops and supermarkets and so on. I think that kind of surprisingly for somebody who's a bit unknown to the general public, I mean, if I walked into the street and asked the first 100 people I met who they think this is, offering them a picture of Dominic Cummings, I bet most people wouldn't have any idea. But when he did what he did, I think it's almost like they took the lid off, because it was a big ask to have us stay indoors and give up our lives, essentially. And I thought we did it amazingly well. We were pretty extraordinarily well behaved, I thought. I mean, I know I've said this before, but if you had been asked last year how the British public would behave if we were told to stop work, stop going out, stop going to the pub, the restaurants, bars, theatres, cinemas, stop all of that, stay in for 4 months, with the possibility that you were going to lose your job, lose your home, and everything that went with that, how do you think we would react? I mean, I would have expected there to be riots in the streets, but nothing happened. We just did what we were told, like good boys and girls. But then I think when Cummings went to Durham, I think it was like a lid got taken off, and people thought, oh, well, thank God that's over. And ever since, the messaging has been so confusing. I mean, I know that I did screw up the beginning of the show in trying to figure out what the message about masks is now. But in my defence, the government doesn't seem to have any idea. They're disagreeing with themselves at every turn. So how are we supposed to know? You know, if now we've gone down this road of being doing lockdown, and you know, if the entire world had just worn a mask at all times when outdoors from January on, then we wouldn't be in this mess, I don't think. But, you know, don't listen to me, because I'm no expert, but neither is anybody else, really. I mean, we're still finding out stuff about this thing. The last thing I heard was that you can catch it from somebody 10 metres away. So but now we've done that, now we've gone down that road, it seems logical to take it to its conclusion, which does mean that people are going to have to wear masks for like a long period of time now. But if I gave you £100, I bet you couldn't tell me what the specific recommendations or instructions are now. Where you can and where you can't, where you should and where you shouldn't. And it's specifically because they don't appear to have actually come to a decision about this. They're just saying whatever flits across their minds at any time. And two ministers won't agree with each other, so how are we supposed to know? Just make it really simple. Everybody wears a mask whenever they leave the home. That's it. Case closed. And if you're actually eating in a restaurant, well, of course you can't. But, like that text that I read out to some moments ago, if you're in Italy, you don't wear a mask if you're eating, because otherwise you'd have to cut a hole in the mask, rendering it useless. But if you get up and go to the loo, you put a mask on, because you're walking past people's tables. That just makes sense, doesn't it? Just make it easy for us. We're not deep thinkers. You know, no offence, but I mean, I've met members of the general public, and we aren't that bright. And just the idea that somebody from a position of authority is telling us that we should just make decisions on our own best instincts. Well, Angie texts, making masks mandatory will only work if people wear them on their face instead of around their necks. It drives me mad, says Angie. Well, it does seem a little bizarre to go to the effort of putting one on your face and then pulling it down so that your nose and your mouth is uncovered. What's the point of that? You've made a bit of an effort? Oliver says, Boris Achievements is my favourite new game. Boris' score is 0, although we have to give him credit for getting into power. Yeah, I suppose so. Simon says, I think having to wear a face covering is just masking the problem. Oh, my God, another one of those. 0345 6060 973. Cole Ross, Charlie.
Hi there.
Charlie.
Hi, Nick. I was just, in fact, I'd like to say, first of all, not the last Barry, but the one previously, I hope he's still listening, but I think he should follow his head and move to Scotland and make Scotland his home and join our journey.
I don't recall who it is you're talking about, but okay. I think I hear him packing his bags as we speak.
Yeah. I'd just like to say, I think most people in Scotland have basically taken the message that's been told to them by their First Minister, you know. It's quite clear. She's quite coherent. So, yeah, I mean, it's...
Okay, so what's the message now? What's the message on masks? What have you been told to do?
So if you go in any shop or any public transport or anything like that, you have to wear a mask.
Right.
Unless you've obviously got medical reasons.
And since when?
That's been since, I think that was last week. When all the shops opened, which was last week.
Right.
See, this is the thing. It's quite different up here. We were like about a week behind London way back at the start of this virus. And so we should really be coming out a week after.
Yeah, but you're not. You're ahead.
We're not. We're 2 weeks ahead. Yeah, and it's like that there speaks volumes. The
statistics are pretty damning, really. The coronavirus infection rate in England is 5 times greater than that of Scotland's.
Yep. As I said, I think the message is clearer. That's the difference with that. But I think we've got quite a high death rate in Scotland. The thing is, though, I think way back at the start, we were all thinking about lockdowns way before Boris Johnson locked down the UK. I don't think Nicola Sturgeon, I don't know if she had the power to do it. I know it's a health matter, but once we're in the health matter, I think she's then got the power to use border sort of control, you know. But I think, if anything, that would have been one of our mistakes, that she should have probably locked down before Boris locked down us all, you know. That would have probably saved lives, the death rates. The same in England, the same everywhere else. We had a heads up from Italy and Spain, you know, so we should have acted a bit quicker.
Well, yeah. It's not like we didn't have the news, exactly.
But then we're coming out with ease, you know, with total ease, and that's going to help us. We've almost eradicated it. I mean, we've had hardly any deaths in the last 2 weeks. In fact, they actually said in the TV the other day there was 184 deaths or something some day there, and it was that.
Oh,
like
just,
you know, it's
yeah,
like why not?
We just lost you for a while there, Charlie. But I get the point. Thanks for that. At their peak, England and Scotland recorded a similar amount of new cases a day. England recording around 73 new cases per million compared to the 63 per million in Scotland. But while Scotland's rate of new COVID-19 cases has fallen to below 2 per million since late June, England's is yet to drop below 7 million. Or 7 per million, rather. These figures taken from Public Health England and Public Health Scotland came after Nicola Sturgeon said she would not shy away from imposing quarantine restrictions on visitors from England. Scotland's more rapidly declining number of new daily coronavirus cases means that the difference between the two nations' infection rate has grown wider. Since mid-May, England's infection rate compared to Scotland's rose to more than 7 times greater by mid-July. It currently stands at about 5.5 times greater. 5.5 times greater an infection rate in England than in Scotland. Why? This was highlighted in a recent report by the Independent SAGE group, which attributed it to the differing containment strategies of each nation. They said, in Scotland, we've seen such a clear strategy, clearly articulated. Elimination is the aim, and all objectives are geared towards driving things as low as possible, says Professor Stephen Riker. In England, the UK government hasn't been clear about the strategy. We don't see any particular strategy. Some people talk about herd immunity by default, but nothing has been articulated at all. Instead, we see a series of ad hoc openings. We see a series of ad hoc relaxations before we have an adequate test and trace system. So I think it's better to characterise it as drift rather than a precise strategy. And because of that, Nicola Sturgeon's talked this week about a potential quarantine measure for English people travelling north of the border. How embarrassing is that? Boris Johnson's been so chaotic there might be border controls between England and Scotland. Well, you vote for a clown and you get a circus. Michael Gove, the Cabinet Office Minister, said that he didn't think that erecting a hard border is in any way a good thing. Well, for the English it might not be a good thing, but he might think otherwise if he lived in Scotland. 0345 6060 973. What a palaver, eh? Stockton-on-Tees. Hello, Brian.
Is that Nick?
Just when you thought it couldn't get any worse. Yes, Brian.
Can I put an order in, please?
Can you what?
Could I have fish and chips twice, please?
Yeah. you want a fish supper? You want sauce or vinegar?
We had a big eye about fish, didn't we, last time I was on?
Yeah.
Put some scraps on as well, mate. No, but what nonsense you talk about England and Scotland. I've got to pull you up about it. It is much easier to do things with this virus with a population of 5 million or a population of England of 55 million. Of course, it's easier.
How is it easier?
Don't you see that?
No, I don't see that. It's still people living in towns and cities. What's easier about it? Why is it different?
Because you have to check on 55 million population. Scotland is only 5. And don't give us this rubbish that Nicola Sturgeon has been brilliant. The Scottish people think she's been poured on it, a lot of them.
Well, I just got off the phone from somebody who said the opposite of that.
It's only one person.
I can cite one person. You can cite 0 people.
Right.
Apart from just the ones that you just made up.
Right, well, we'll go back to statistics then, shall we?
No, you just dismissed my statistics, saying that 5 million is a smaller number than 55 million. Well, of course it is, but we're not talking about absolute numbers. We're talking about numbers per million.
So it's easy to control because you have a smaller population.
How is it easy? It's still people living in homes making decisions about what they do during the day. It's not easier at all. It's the same.
You were saying Nicola Sturgeon has done well on this. Let's look at it.
No, well, I didn't say that she had done well. I said Scotland had done well by comparison with England, as has almost every country on earth.
Well, we'll say Scotland then. They've had a lot of deaths. They've had over 5,000, haven't they? Out of 5 million population. That is worse than England. If you go by population.
I thought that we weren't. I thought we weren't going by population. God, you want it both ways, don't you?
No, you want it both ways. Right. 11 times 5,000. What is it? 55,000. We've had 45. It's worse than England. With a smaller population, what you should be able to manage better. Care homes. They've had a big amount of deaths in care homes, just the same as here. She hasn't done well on that. The only thing she's done well on is saying, make it positive, you wear masks, and that's it. But don't forget in England they want to get people back to the shops, aren't they? They want to get people spending again.
Well, everybody does.
Yes, but so that is why we're different about it. Will people keep going to shops masked up all the time and put masks on and off? That's what they're thinking about, aren't they? It's a difficult situation.
It's not difficult. You should just be told to wear a mask when you leave the home. That's it. Case closed. Really simple.
But a lot of people won't go out doing that. We're not used to doing that.
Well, we're not used to staying in for 4 months.
Look, it's okay. It's okay in China and Japan's Asia doing that. They're used to it. We're not in this country.
Yes, but there was a point at which they started, previous to which they were not used to wearing masks.
Yes.
And they did, and now they're used to it, and we have to, and we'll get used to it.
Well, the thing is, Nick, we're sick of talking about this now, picking little bits out of this and bits out of that. That's what it's come to, hasn't it? The main thing is, get through this as best we can.
Yeah, that's what we're talking. We're talking about getting through it as best we can. We're talking about surviving it. But the problem with surviving it is that people don't know what to do now.
Right. It's getting that bad now, the way it's going. People picking pieces. I mean, they said that the government were taking too notice of the experts, medical experts, at first. And they should have listened to them, and then they make the decision, right? So they're getting called for not doing that. Now it's reversed, hasn't it? The medical have come out and said, we think that...
name me the people that criticise the government for following scientific advice. Who said that?
All the media, everything.
All the media. Name one person that said that.
They give you... At first they said... The medical give you what they think, and then the government is there to make a decision on that.
Yeah.
And they said the government weren't doing that well enough. Now it's switched to where the government is saying, we've listened to you as the medical advice, but we don't agree. We are making the decision.
No,
so
the problem was that the government was not making a decision based on medical advice. They were making a decision based on what they said was the science, which is a meaningless phrase. What they were actually doing was making political decisions.
What I'm saying, Nick, is this. You can't win the first way you go, where they take too much notice of medical. When they go the other way, they get called for that.
Yeah, but this is not about the government winning or not winning. It's about people living and dying.
No, we're on about...
Your argument is about point scoring, political point scoring.
No, it's not.
Absolutely, that's what you just outlined, political point scoring. People saying that the government got it wrong by listening to the scientists, and now they're saying that the government is getting it wrong by not listening to the scientists, as though that's the issue. Criticism in the media, it's got absolutely nothing to do with it.
I mean, it's come to a situation now where we either...
You already are extraordinary. The moment I challenge you on anything at all, you do a handbrake turn and then charge off in a different direction. You're absolutely infuriating. Talking to you is trying to lighten is like trying to nail jelly to a wall.
But you've never answered the question I've said, Nick.
Ask me a question. Ask me a question.
You're political. You know you can't stand this government. We know that. You're political point scoring every word you say tonight. You've never said a good word about Johnson for all of
Well, the moment he does something praiseworthy, then I'll be right at the front of the queue.
Would you mind telling me what this is all about?
Sarah texts, I do worry about some of your callers. Sarah, imagine how I feel. Lucas says, I kid you not, every time I hear Brian, and think about how many Brians there are out there, I feel like leaving the UK. I'll see you at the airport. Aberdeen. Hello, Iris.
Hello.
Iris.
I was just phoning up to say that what's wrong with most of the folk in England at the moment is navel gazing.
Navel gazing?
Yeah. We were told, you said yourself tonight, nobody had any idea, could remember when Nicola said wear masks, because she said it. When the date came, we all just quietly put on masks and went about our business. You spent a week debating about civil liberties on LBC. I can tell you this, if any of my friends talked about civil liberties, and masks, they would be laughed out of existence and told not to be so silly, get your goddamn mask on and carry on.
And is that your experience then, when you've been...
yeah, I went in a little local town 3 days ago, and just for sheer nosiness, I went in 8 shops along the high street. It's just a small town.
Yeah.
Not one person in the shops without a mask. And believe me, everybody was just shopping quite happily. That was dress shops, shoe shops. Everybody had the mask on, and nobody was bleating about civil liberties.
Right.
Get a grip, England. And yes, Nicola has done very well because she's been on public in the public every single day. And this is from somebody who 6 months ago, if he'd said that I would support the SNP, I would have thought you had gone nuts. I'm not an SNP follower, never have been. But she has done tremendously well, and it's got nothing to do with the numbers. It's just the sanity of the people.
Right. So the English lack sanity.
No, they're navel gazing.
Right.
Everything that comes out, they've got to say, well, does this affect my civil liberties? Who the hell cares? It's saving people's lives. I mean, these same people, I take it, wouldn't go in the car and take the seatbelt off because it's their civil liberty to go through the windscreen when they hit another car.
Actually, I'm surprised that there isn't more of that. Well, maybe there is, and I just am unaware of it. But in America, there's a lot of that. People are refusing to. In America, they refuse to wear masks if they're right wing. It's a civil liberties thing, and they're clutching.
Can I give you a reason for that in one word?
Go on.
They voted for Trump.
That's more than one word.
Well, you know what I mean.
Trump. Yeah.
If you have...
That's not a reason why they're not wearing a mask, because they voted for Trump. They voted for Trump because they're the kind of people that would refuse to wear a mask. That's more like that way around.
Well, yeah. I mean, I have friends in New York who are just going nuts at the moment.
Mm.
And one of my friends is a trained psychologist. And you can imagine what she says about the president.
Well, I bet she's very busy right now.
No, they are Brazilian people, and Brazil's even worse.
Yeah,
So-
I'm not sure it's actually worse. But
president-wise,
Oh.
their president said it's just a little flu, because their family's all back in Sao Paulo, and come out and celebrate. It's just a little flu.
Yeah, there does seem to be a very bad result from this virus with a certain type of leader.
Yes.
and that group includes our own.
Well, I don't... As somebody said earlier on, I think the guy's just a wazzick.
Okay. Okay. Good work. Thanks a lot, Iris. 0345 6060 973. Get me a dictionary. I'm going to have to look up the letter W. Kevin texts, people have got to remember that by not wearing a mask, it's very selfish. When you wear a mask, you are protecting others and not yourself. I think it should be a new law to wear a mask. Well, that's the thing with the mask. I think one of the reasons that people are reluctant to wear it is because they think it's for their benefit, but it's not. It's for other people. If you are wearing a mask, it's so that you don't give what you've got to somebody else, not the other way around. but then you're asking people to be generous and considerate of others, and we know how that goes. Let's have, who's been waiting the longest? Let's have Sheffield. Hello, Andy.
Hey, Nick, how you doing?
Good, thanks.
I'm not so good. I'm so frustrated.
What's up?
Oh, my goodness. Okay, well, we've opened everything back up again, haven't we?
More or less.
The reason, well, but why? What a ridiculous thing to do. I understand why. Well, I understand how Boris's thinking is that it's to try and put some money in and raise the economy, but isn't that a bit too early? Considering we've got a huge spike coming, and it's going to get shut down. Oh yes. Oh yeah, in the next couple of weeks, of course we have.
Only because of our going out. I mean,
because
the implication of what you said is that there was one coming regardless.
However, we have a choice to do so. We can choose to listen to our illustrious leader, which I choose not to do, and say it's okay to do what we want now, even though, of course, it's not okay to do what we want, because when it wasn't okay for us to do what we wanted before, he ended up in ICU, which is a bit weird, but didn't follow his own rules, but that's fine. It's just getting beyond belief. It really is. It would be better to. I understand we've got to get money back into the economy. We've got to build the economy back up. I get that completely. However, you can't build an economy up with dead people, can you? I'm sorry if you lose I'm just using.
Yeah, but we have to realise that not everybody's going to get it, and not everybody that gets it is going to have a negative
No, I understand that.
outcome.
Believe me, I've been listening to you for the past couple of, both last night and tonight, and I'm completely on board with everything you're saying right now. I completely agree with pretty much which is just strange for me, actually, because I don't always do that. But this is just getting silly. It really is getting silly. The government's not listening to Sage. They ask for advice from Sage, and Sage gives them the advice, and they say, I'll get lost. We're not bothered about that.
Well, it's like everybody. If you ask an expert their opinion, and if their opinion coincides with the opinion that you arrived with, then that's fine. But if it doesn't, then you ignore it and do what you were going to do anyway.
Honestly, we're on the same page. Now, just very finally before I go, well, actually, I must say, for the previous caller, she made me laugh so much. I haven't heard the word "wazzock" in a long time.
Not in a while.
And the other thing...
it's not a good Scottish word, that, though. Isn't that more like Devon or Cornwall? Is it Yorkshire? Right.
Yeah, I was taught Yorkshire. Maybe just generally northern, I think.
Okay, so you're claiming that one.
Well, no, I'm not. I just thought it was brilliant. I just haven't heard it for a long time. It was fantastic. She made me laugh. And the final thing, sorry, face masks. It's kind of... the expression that comes to my mind is shutting the barn door.
Well, yeah.
Bolted.
Everything about the government's...
We've got to do it now.
Everything about the government's actions up to this point seem to be exactly that.
It's and this is exactly why when I initially... my first words came out of my mouth were, I am extremely frustrated.
Right, okay. Yeah. All right, thanks a lot, Andy. 0345 6060 973. Yeah, it has been an exercise in bolting the door after the horse has bolted. And now we're all emerging back out again. It just seems bizarre that we went in the first place, because nothing has actually changed. It's still out there. We still haven't got a vaccine. There's still no treatment, really. It's everything is still the same, and yet we are to disregard everything that we've been told over the last 4 or 5 months, as though the danger is gone. But it's not. Very, very strange times. Natalie emails, I enjoyed seeing John Burko on Sky News. Yeah, I did too. Don Burko on Sky News giving his considered and characteristically amusing opinion on plans to foist Chris Grayling onto an unwilling Intelligence Select Committee. That was amusing, yeah. He's just a funny bloke. I mean, I've got no idea what he's like as a person, but he does. He amuses me. Anyway, Natalie says, seems like from another time when the UK had at least some prominent politicians who were well-informed and competent. What a basket case the UK is, says Natalie, waving from New Zealand. Well, it's easy for you to say all the way over there, Natalie. Of course, New Zealand has done particularly well. What's interesting is that, and I know that there's not a lot of countries, so it is a relatively small number who are run by women, but countries that are being run by women have, I think all of them have had a particularly good period with this virus. And places that are run by populists have had the opposite of that. Curious.
What's he got to be depressed about?
Omar texts, what are your thoughts on this Free Britney movement that started? And I had to look it up in the break. I had no idea what it was that you were talking about, Omar. And the first story that came up was in Forbes magazine, which is such a bizarre place to have this story. It's about Britney Spears. I mean, how many other Britneys do you know? Following mounting concern from fans that Britney Spears is being mistreated by those around her, concern that went viral in recent weeks with the hashtag Free Britney, the singer's mother filed a legal request this week to be included in financial decisions affecting her daughter, which until now have been managed by her legal conservators, whatever that is. Well, she does seem to have had... this is not something I really want to talk about, but I was just curious about what was Free Britney, what it actually meant. But it does seem that fame and enormous riches do often sit ill with people. Or maybe it's just that life sits ill with people and we only hear about the ones that are really rich and famous. That's probably that way around, isn't it? I mean, look at that freak show that's in the news this week. What are those two like? Good grief. Let's have Epsom. Hello, Billy.
Hi, Nick.
Billy.
Sensational show. You should go into politics, my friend.
No, thanks.
So a couple of points for me. So myself personally, I've been wearing a mask everywhere I go since February, would you believe it, since I saw South Korea fumigating the trains, and I thought, if they've got the problem there, why not, nip it in the bud early on? If we all work together worldwide, we wouldn't be in this situation now. It's so frustrating.
Correct. Yes, if we only had a time machine and we could go back to January or maybe last December or November, and if everybody just worked together as a team to save the human race, and we all just wore a mask when we went out, we wouldn't be in this mess. We wouldn't have had to lock down. We wouldn't have to close stores. We wouldn't be looking at the worst recession that humankind has ever seen.
Yeah, definitely. And I think Tom Hanks said something recently, to quote him, I think it was like, if you can't wear a mask, can't social distance, can't wash your hands, I don't have much faith in you as a human being, and I so agree. It's your bread and butter.
Well, it makes sense to me, and it makes sense to you, but apparently nobody else.
Yeah. But one thing for me is like, for some reason, I don't know why I don't hear it on the news or read it anywhere, but why are people not talking about, supplements or eating healthily, having vitamin D, vitamin C, selenium? I mean, to quote Donald Trump, I'm not a doctor, but why not try and boost your immune system now so that if you did get it, you're giving your body a great chance?
That makes perfect sense to me. Yeah, one of the reasons that people are having a bad reaction to this is because they're overweight or they smoke, or there was a suggestion that smoking actually prevents you from getting it. David Hockney was saying that, but he's not a doctor either. But just being of ill health, which practically the entire human race is going to set you up for failure. Exactly.
I mean, do you think in the long run that the silver lining to this might be people might focus on their health more, what they're eating, exercising, rather than...
No.
Do you not think?
Do you? I think we're going to go straight back to what we were doing before. As soon as possible. We're going to make all the same mistakes that we used to before. The air is going to become more foul. We're going to go straight back to buying stuff we don't need with money we haven't got. We're going to go straight back to doing the things that got us into this mess in the first place. And the next virus that comes along, and they're bound to be one, which may be more dangerous than this one, which is relatively benign. I mean, let's face it, it's like 2% death rate, something like that. Not like MERS or SARS. Then and if when that comes along, we're screwed.
I think the big thing is that in this day and age, 2020, we love to travel, don't we? 2 holidays a year, 3 holidays a year, jetting off around the world and things. So I don't think it's necessarily like you said. It's not the how dangerous the virus is. I think as well we just love to travel now. So when we get the next thing, I think it could be like this again in every 10, 20 years.
Well, if something does happen like this again, it's bound to, then our addiction to going abroad on holiday, this constant travelling, is going to make it spread around the world just like this one has. I think that's inevitable. I mean, people aren't just going to stay home forever. I mean, I don't go on holidays much, but I know everybody else loves to.
Yeah, definitely. And I don't know about you, I know you brought up a couple of good points, as you always do, but tonight on... let's be told to wear a mask. Let's have it implemented. I mean, I don't know about you, but I'd rather be in mainland China than England right now.
Well, that may be taking it a little bit too far. I'd rather be here, but having a better result.
Yeah, but if you took how we're handling it now, Boris and co, compared to someone where it's strict lockdown, fumigating the trains, the streets, any slight concern, it's take no prisoners, and I think that's the way to go with it. I think you almost need to be a little bit fearful, almost. I think that's what's missing here.
If you can say that we had a success of any kind, then regardless of that we did it too late, but it was the clarity of the message, stay in, and we did for months because we knew what we had to do. It was very simple, and so we did it. Now it's a little bit more nuanced, because we want to go back out again. But if they just said, as soon as you leave your home, you should be wearing a mask, unless you're actually eating at that moment, in which case you can lift it up or pull it down or whatever, and then put it back up again, then we would understand. And everybody would know, and by the by the force of crowds, people would be cowed into obeying those rules. I mean, we're not a revolutionary kind of people. We don't riot generally. We're fairly okay with adhering to the rule of law. We don't park on pavements, and we don't tend to hit each other in the street for no good reason. We're fairly law-abiding, and if everybody is wearing a mask, then the people who aren't are going to feel as though they should. So just tell us to do it and we'll do it.
But do you think we would, though? Because for me, I think, I listen to your shows often, and I don't think we're at the point of the trumpeters, but I do think that we do have that mildly here, and I worry that if we do go to the point where we're really enforcing it, I think you're going to see, I don't know, people disobeying it. You're going to see people's phones out. You can't tell me to wear a mask. It's my human right, back and forth. And then I feel sorry for people working in shops, pubs, and everything else. It's like people, these sort of jobs are minimum wage. You're just about able to pay the rent every month, the food, car if you're lucky. And then these people have got this as well. It just shows. I don't think COVID-19 broke the system. I think it highlighted an already broken system,
Well, that's an interesting thought, yes. Okay, thanks a lot, Billy. 0345 6060 973. Phil tweets, Gollum Goes to Durham sounds like an 80s pop group. Like the kind of group that would open for the Eurythmics, you mean? Sarah says, as the night goes on, I'm not just concerned about where we are going with this virus, but now I'm very concerned about humanity in general. Lock me down forever so I don't have to have any social interactions with morons, says Sarah. Rob says, people are confusing themselves. We should just listen to the scientists only and take note of the statistics of death and just wear a mask from now on. Keep clean and still keep distance. This is a very contagious and deadly virus. What's there to be confused about? And hopefully a vaccine will be found soon. Yeah, hopefully, but I'm not expecting it. Although I think that there is a feeling in the country that it's just around the corner. That it's inevitable that we're about to be saved. But we might be living with this forever. It's, like I said before, I'm not completely satisfied with 2020. 0345 6060 973. Let's have Atlanta. Graham.
When I did, used to be a boat builder back in the day and made fiberglass boats, I wore a respirator. You mentioned that the other day, a tradesman's respirator.
Mm-hmm.
Would never think of not wearing one because it was uncomfortable. I just didn't want to die early.
Right.
Now, every shop that I go into in Atlanta has got a sign on the door, like the guy in the fish and chip shop should put up, please wear a mask before entering this building. All the shops are like that. The hardware stores, the big box stores, the grocery stores.
But do they, though?
Yes, they do.
Okay.
Because the staff will say, I was in a Kroger, and the security guard at the bottom of the escalator said, you can't come into some kid who wasn't wearing one.
Okay, so that's one thing if you're a security guard, but a lot of people are in small shops and they're behind the counter and they don't want the aggravation. They don't want to start picking a fight with their customers.
It's not a question of really. It's a question of, like the other day, it's altruistic. I was agreeing with you 100% about if we'd done it since January, it would be made in the shade. But nobody did.
This is what the human race should have done, because we're all in this boat. The Earth is a boat, and we're all in this together. This is one of the few things that we are all in together. The human race should have a plan to protect itself from this kind of thing, and that we don't seems extraordinary.
Well, you see, we got a conundrum here in Atlanta because the governor, who is Republican, and don't be bashing the Republicans, is mandated, snicker. He has said, I'm not going to make a law to force you to wear a mask. And the mayor of Atlanta has said, you must wear a mask. Well, he's suing her because actually what she's doing is unconstitutional. Well, it shouldn't be about a law. It should be a moral thing.
Yeah, but then you're asking then you're appealing to people's better side, and some people just don't have one.
Well, yeah, right, like Brian. By the way, do you have to get your blood pressure checked after you have a conversation with him?
Yeah, I'm constantly feeling my pulse.
You got a nurse on staff then?
Yes. So what do you think about what's going on in Portland, Oregon, then? Because there's some very disturbing stuff that's happening in Portland.
Yeah.
What on earth is going on there?
Very impolite, I must say.
Impolite?
Impolite. Yeah, well, I've been watching the news while I've been listening to you. And, it's either John Lewis or Portland. That's about it. That's all the news we got.
I mean, in case you don't know, Portland, Oregon, there's been demonstrations there in Portland and Oregon, and Donald Trump appears to have taken it upon himself to send in. We don't really know who they are. They're unidentified army types, tooled up with war, with the weapons of war, who are basically black bagging people. They're putting people in unmarked vans and taking them away. And we don't know who they are. We don't know where they're going. We don't know whether they're under arrest, or we've got no idea what's going on there. What
would happen if a group of individuals dressed in black, head to toe, with black helmets on and backpacks on and baseball bats were stringing up Nelson's statue at Trafalgar Square? Would you get upset?
Would I be more upset if people who dressed like they were in the army but weren't were abducting people in the street and we don't know who they are or where they're taking people or under what authority, that would make me more upset. I'd actually be really impressed if somebody would string up Nelson's statue, because how would they get it down? That would be impressive.
Now everybody's happy.
Almost nobody is happy. This text says the difference between Scotland and England can be explained by Sturgeon's rating of plus 60 and Johnson's rating of minus 60. Few believe anything he says. That's about right. Paul says, Chris Grayling did offer to make the tea for the Intelligence Committee, but it was considered it was considered too much of a fire hazard. John Burkow was funny. I mean, he is amusing. I'm sure he has his annoyances, but he does make me laugh. He said he was talking about Chris Grayling, and he said Chris Grayling is it was this or this abouts, almost these words. He said Chris Grayling is the sort of person who finds it incapable of encountering a problem without making it considerably worse. And Ian Botham gets to sit in the House of Lords, but Burkow doesn't, but because he irked the dear leader. God, it's also childish. Let's have Islington. Hello, Adam.
Hey, good evening. So this evening I read 2 articles, one on The Guardian and one on The Spectator, because my concern was that there hasn't been enough reviews on the impact on Brexit alongside COVID.
Oh, yeah. It hasn't gone away, you know. Still here.
It hasn't, I know, right? So I wanted to share with you what the articles said. They're pretty much aligned, even though they're on the opposite side of the political spectrum.
Yeah.
And The Spectator basically said, I didn't go into too much detail, but I did a scan, and it basically said how businesses could actually have just about coped with COVID, but the problem is COVID with Brexit, it would be just too much.
Yeah, with a no deal, yeah.
Yeah, and the 2 areas that are going to suffer the most, Nick, are actually the northeast and the northwest, where people voted Brexit. I thought that was very interesting. So those came up as those are going to be the areas that suffer the most, because it said how we get £60 billion in worth of contribution from the EU, and that's before they do science projects. And the thing I didn't realise, Nick, is a lot of science and research is actually EU funded. It's not ever done it's not paid for by the government. And a lot of these research companies have asked the government, will you now fund us, considering we won't get the EU funding? And do you know what they've said? We'll let you know.
Yeah. Well, that's clear.
So that's really concerning for me. So I wanted to just find out what your views are on that, because I don't think it's been explored enough.
Well, I don't think that we know that we were told enough about the flow of money that comes from the EU back. All we heard about was the flow of money from us to the EU, as though they were stealing our cash, and as though we didn't get anything for that money. You know, as though you walk into a shop and you give for somebody 50 quid and they give you a shirt, and you walk out thinking, well, that person just stole £50 from me. No, you got a shirt for it.
You got it.
And a lot of the places where the Brexit vote was strongest are, I'm sure, unbeknownst to the people that voted, the places where the EU is investing the most. And they do that because successive governments have failed to do that.
Correct, especially in parts like Dorset and Exeter. It's well documented that the EU have pushed in a lot of money for development. That's right. I was reading about this last year in an article, and interestingly, people in that area voted. But I think the problem was, Nick, a lot of people voted, and I'm going to just say it, because they just don't like immigrants. I don't think they voted with the mentality of what's going to be beneficial for us. They just don't like the immigrants. And what people don't realise, and this is really factual, is especially in the white Western world, more and more white people are having less babies. So we actually need immigrants to come and do work to offset, because we're becoming an aging population. And
we're actually looking at population collapse. I mean,
that's right.
There was an article the other day that said, essentially there's way too few babies to be made. I know that's counterintuitive, But
no, but that's true. In the Western world, it's true. There is white women are not having enough children. It's 1.3, I believe, is the average in Europe, whereas in Asia and Africa, it's 2.8.
And this might work itself out eventually, but in the short term, by which I mean in our lives, it's a big problem because there's going to be way too many old people and not enough young people.
Not young people, correct. And who's suffering right now, even, I don't know if you're aware, is Japan, because they've got quite strict measures when it comes to migrant workers, and now they're having a crisis with care workers, which also, I don't know if you read that Guardian article. Now the government wants to give care workers a special visa so they can come in, and I'm thinking,
what, the Japanese government?
Sorry, the UK. I kind of jumped for a second. Yeah. But what I find really heartbreaking and fascinating is Brexit people who keep arguing, oh, we'll do these jobs, we don't need foreigners to do it. Actually, a lot of Brits don't want to do care work. They don't want to wipe backsides. We should be grateful there are people who are coming and willing to do that.
Yeah, well, you know what? COVID has really changed it's just changed everything about that. The Brexit that we were going to get has been utterly transformed by this disease, because the people that were coming in and doing jobs that we didn't want to do, they probably won't be coming here anymore for all of the above reasons. What's changed about it is that there's going to be an enormous number of people in this country that are freshly unemployed, and so it might the things that they didn't used to want to do, that we were dependent on for foreign workers coming here, they might actually change their minds about that and be prepared to do it. So that part of it might actually make Brexit less painful than it otherwise would have been in certain regards, and that's one of them, that we might not miss workers coming over to do those kind of jobs, because we will have a group of unemployed people in this country who will perhaps be prepared to do them, whereas without COVID they wouldn't have done.
Nick, sorry to be a skeptic. As much as I think you're making sense, I do think there's a cultural situation here that we just don't, as Brits, we don't like service.
Well, no, that's right, and we've been able to not do it because we have been comfortably employed. But now that's being taken away from us, then I think that needs must, and people might reevaluate what it is that they're prepared to do.
Indeed. And could I just make one other point? So one of your previous callers spoke about, are we going to start looking after our health, etc. And there has been a lot of evidence showing that depletion of vitamin D in our body, and the impact of COVID, there's a correlation, there's a strong relationship between that.
And being overweight.
And being overweight, correct, and diabetes, which is unfortunately very much a problem in the Southeast Asian community. Diabetes, that is, it's strife. But what I wanted to say to you was 3 years ago, I actually got my blood tested for my vitamin D level, and I came back as extremely deficient. And to remedy that, I then took lower mid-strength dose of vitamin D to bring myself up to normal level.
And just out of interest, what percentage of your of the recommended daily intake is what you've just described?
Mid-strength would be 2,000 IUs.
Well, what is that as a percentage of your recommended daily intake?
Okay, so this is really important. The recommended is baseline minimum. So the recommended by government is actually 400.
Right, and you were taking 2,000.
Yes, to get optimum. So I took 2,000, then I did the blood test privately because I didn't want to wait around for NHS, and they give you like a fancy graph when you do it privately.
Yes.
So I got that done, and it went up. And he said, "I'm really pleased to say you've taken your vitamin D level to a good rate. Right. If you want to take it higher, then you can go up further if you want." But I thought, no, I'll leave it. But then I decided I'll do it. So I started taking 3,000 IUs, and that was 2 years ago. Nick, I just did my recent blood test, and there's been no change. So that means either my body is not absorbing vitamin D. I'm going to speak to my GP about this, but it's just interesting that
I'd ask for your money back. Darren texts, with Trump's time as president coming to an end by 2024 at most, well, you'd never know. Could Ivanka be president in 2024, says Darren? Just think of the ego of Donald if his daughter wins in 2024. Oh, my God. Doesn't bear thinking about. Pipsy tweets, Cummings Goes to Durham. Sounds like a book by Roald Dahl. Huge, says Pipsy. And John says, here in Wales, the English holidaymakers have escaped. No one has mentioned Mark Drakeford, who has done a sterling job, and I'm a Tory voter. Are we going to see a Celtic Republic for Scotland, Wales and Ireland? I don't know, John. And Mark says, can anyone tell me what the 19 means in COVID-19? Yeah, I think it's 2019, the year in which it was discovered. Let's have Uxbridge. Hello, Lewis.
Oh, hello, Nick. It's 5 minutes past the day. Basically, what I wanted to say, two things here. I'll get on about Rishi Sunak and his contemptuous, him being contemptuous towards the small, self-employed man, and then want to go on to the mask. So to start off with Rishi Sunak, if I will, you know how he done the furlough scheme and people were just, laughing away, okay? Well, people like me and the cab drivers and the delivery and the freelancers, we suffered badly because I'll tell you what happened with me. I was PAYE, self-employed, then back to PAYE, then self-employed, then back to pay. So that means that the tax returns weren't always there. So when I tried to file for furlough and there's no work, can't get it, mate. Sorry, no, can't get it. Can't go on the social, go on the dole. Can't live off a measly 342 quid a month. I've got to run a car. I've got to pay rent. I've got to pay gas, electric, and I'm sure the Tory boys won't like that. Me saying that in Uxbridge, but it's the truth. And I've had to keep writing about this every day. It's not fair that why is it one rule for the one and not for the other? It's 6 of one and half a dozen of the other, isn't it? So there's some really shocking, true, sad stories about people that are suffering, in the gutter on the breadline. It's an absolute disgrace. It's pandemonium.
I think that, as I was saying last night, I think the time has come for a universal basic income. I mean, and I know it rubs the right wing up the wrong way because they'll think that, well, people won't work anymore. They'll just sit at home with their feet up watching television all day. But it's just a safety net that allows people to go and be more creative, to start businesses, to feel as though they're not on the lip of disaster all the time.
Well, this is it, really, isn't it? I've had to eat right through my savings, and I've had to, live off this measly £342. I'll tell you another thing as well about this face mask. Right, I was at the Moon Underwater next door to you this afternoon. I was having a little bit of a pub crawl around London, and people are wearing the mask everywhere. But my theory on the mask is this: you're meant to breathe out carbon dioxide. Well, if you're wearing a mask all the time, then you're constantly keeping in that carbon dioxide. It's like they might kill us off. They don't want us around, do they? They've had enough of us.
Well, I don't know what kind of mask you're wearing, but I think the carbon dioxide goes straight through it, doesn't it? As oxygen comes through the other way.
Oh, I don't bloody know. I hate them. I've got these two little they call them beauty spots. I call them moles on my face. So when I get on the buses, when I'm half cut, I say to the driver, "No, I've got a skin complaint." It says you must unless you're exempt. Well, I am exempt. So that's it.
Okay, well, I think that's just not helping, Lewis. If you just calm down, and so if we all just pulled together as a team, we're going to have a better result. This, it's my right, I can do what I want stuff isn't helping. Molly says, this government came into power because of clear messaging. For example, take back control or get Brexit done. If the messaging is no longer clear, it's not by accident, but rather by design. Well, that's an interesting thought, Molly. Yes, their messaging was very clear. I mean, it might have been mendacious. There might have been little truth in it. But we were under no illusion as to what it was that they believed, what the message was. 3 words repeated over and over and over again. But now it's all over the place. I mean, if you go back to the beginning of the show, and I recommend that you don't, because I screwed it up big time, I was trying to falteringly get to the nub of what the advice is about masks, and it's impossible. You can't do it. I challenge you to tell me what the advice is about masks, and we're about to get fined if we don't obey. So it's mystifying. But this thing about taking back control is also, it becomes less and less believable with each passing day. Apparently, France insisted that we go into lockdown. Otherwise, they were going to close the border. This is what it's like taking back control. Ministers were told that Britain was on the brink of running out of food after the French president warned that he would close his country's borders because the virus was out of control here. Health Secretary Matt Hancock was told at the start of the COVID-19 crisis that the UK's food supply chain was about to fall over as workers at French ports failed to turn up. It's also claimed that 3 days before Britain went into lockdown on March the 20th, Emmanuel Macron told Boris Johnson to act now or France will close its borders. Referring to the start of the coronavirus crisis, an official told The Times none of the workers in the French ports were turning up that first weekend. It wasn't clear whether we were going to have enough food for the weekend ahead. And this was a story in the Mail, and every now and again I'll scan down to the bottom to see what the people think. And the absolute top-rated message on the Mail's website was, no one was running out of food. That's it. And thousands of people showed their appreciation and their agreement with a thumbs up to that comment, despite not having any idea what they were talking about. In an exact reflection of the Brexit debate itself. No one was running out of food, because we're British and we don't run out of food. Not while we've got the likes of Jacob Rees-Mogg and Marc Francois on our side. They're not trained to lose, We could get our food from Australia instead. And if it took a month to get here, so what? We could survive on good old British pluck and gumption. The EU, by the way, provides about a third of the food that we eat and takes about 60% of our food exports. We can do without them. We could eat Australian food, of course, like kangaroo and Vegemite. Kiwis. Oh, no, that's New Zealand. Wool. Australia makes a lot of wool. We could eat wool. 0345 6060 973. Let's have Bolsover, Asif.
Hi there, Nick. Thank you for letting me on your show once again. I just want to say one thing. I think you're an incredibly funny guy. I mean, absolute hysterics most nights when, well, the 2 nights you're on anyway. I really enjoy your show, mate. It's brilliant.
You should hear me when I'm not on.
I bet you're even more funny.
I'm a laugh riot, me.
I like that show you did with Carol McGiffin when you say we solve your problems, and then you say, well, we don't really, we don't actually do anything.
We try. We do try.
Oh, right, yeah.
I should just mention, this is a good point to do this, that I do a podcast with Carol McGiffin.
Oh, right, yeah.
In which we try to solve people's problems while laughing like drains. In the most recent one, we are asked if we want some business.
Business?
Yeah,
God.
Exactly. Can you believe that? And the podcast is called What's Your Problem with Nick and Carol. It's available where you get good podcasts. In fact, if you download Global Player, then it's on there. Global Player you can get from your app store, and it's in the podcast section. If you do a search on my name in the podcast section, then it will all become clear.
Yeah, it's really good. I like your show. But I wanted to say a couple of things. You know, this Portland, Oregon problem about the cops or whoever the hell they are.
Yeah, whoever they are, yeah.
The secret police or whatever.
It's not a secret police, it's a secret army. I mean, imagine if people who are dressed in military clothes with military machines and guns and weapons of all sorts were abducting people from the street, bundling him in the back of unmarked minivans and driving away. That's what's happening in Portland in Oregon.
Do you know something? You're the only person that's mentioned this, so credit to you for mentioning it, because, well, I'm not going to say anything negative about your show, I'm not going to get into that, but there's a lot of media organisations that haven't mentioned these things, and if you look at, that's the kind of things we point to Vladimir Putin, and we say, oh, that happens in his country.
Yeah, precisely right, yeah.
So it actually, what's I could only make it through 1.5 videos before I actually started crying a little bit, and I got really emotional. I had to ring someone just to say, look, did you know this was going on, to let it, and I realised what I was doing. I was actually I was getting it off my chest because I was so traumatised by what I saw in a free and democratic country.
It is really quite surprising how little news that's made. I mean, you really had to seek that story out. It's extraordinary.
Yeah. I always say, and like Noam Chomsky says it, well, he said it first actually, he's a great thinker. He said that when you open the papers, he said the news is in there, and he's right, it's in there. It's not like they don't report it, but it's how it's reported, and sometimes like you get retractions and stuff like on the back page or at the bottom saying, oh, sorry, we got this wrong. So it's not so much that it's not getting reported, it's very, it doesn't tip the balance like it should. Something like that should send... People should know about that.
Well, you should send warning bells throughout the whole of, certainly America, but then all of the countries that are taking America's lead, as in us.
A lot of people 50-50 on this. I always say America is a fascist state, and I know it sounds like a brass statement, but from everything that I've read, from everything I see that's happening with America, I don't think we're there. We're not there yet. I don't think we probably will, but the problem is, I can see America becoming a Brazil, where you've got this underclass, where you've got this basically underclass who are struggling to work and struggling to eat. They haven't got time to know what politics is. And then you've got the overlords, who are in charge, the Bolsonaros and his faction. So it's quite grim, actually, what's going on.
It's really quite extraordinary, yes. But your confidence that we wouldn't go there is interesting, because I'm sure that Americans a year ago would have been similarly confident that they wouldn't go there either.
Yeah,
or maybe not a year
right.
ago, maybe like 5 years ago.
Well, it depends who you ask. If you go up to the average middle-class white person and say, do you think you're living in a fascist state? They go, of course not. You go up to a black poor person and say, do you think you're doing? Yes, we do. If they, a lot of people, are grasping onto that sort of, especially the poor. It's always the poor that are harder hit. Like I say, it depends who you ask.
I think that there's this is going to be one of the most extraordinary, already has been, but we ain't seen nothing yet, because there's the American election coming up, and Donald Trump is behind. And what that man is capable of to prevent him from becoming a loser one-term president doesn't bear thinking about. This is only the beginning. I mean, their machinations to steal the election are already well advanced. It's going to be alarming what's about to happen.
A Republican actually said if voters were allowed to mail vote, Republicans would never be elected again.
No, it's worse than that. They said that if more people were allowed to vote, if everybody was allowed to vote, then you'd never see another Republican elected to any office.
To be honest, you're a really good political analyzer.
I'm not.
I know you say you don't read and you hate it, you watch films. I bet you do a lot of research. I can imagine you're reading quite a lot.
I don't read books. I read computer screens all day long.
So do I. And I find you can actually read columns and reports really quick than rather a book or something. It's like the book, when I'm reading the book, it's like, I just want to get through it. I'm enjoying it, but I kind of got other things to do as well. But I'm at a crossroads with reading books. I'd like it, but I've got a love-hate relationship with them. It's weird.
I think that one of, if perhaps not the best newspaper in the world at the moment, and it sort of pains me to say this because the person who runs it is also the richest man in the world. So I'm ill-disposed to give him any more money, because he certainly doesn't need it. But the subscription to the Washington Post is actually quite cheap. I mean, it's like £10 a year, something surprisingly good value like that. And it's a superb newspaper, it really is. And now, where the news really is being made and dominated by America, I think it's a pretty good subscription to have.
Okay. I always thought the New York Times was pretty good, but then I went on it like a few weeks ago, and they tried to make me pay for it. I'm not paying for that.
Well, I mean, this is the problem with the internet, is that people think that just because it's on the internet, that therefore it should be free. But people have to produce that stuff. Why should you pay for a CD in a shop, for instance? But because it's on the internet, people think that it should be free.
I used to love going to the CD when I was younger at school. I used to love going to the shops and going through the CDs. I used to get mesmerised by it. But I mean, obviously, probably same for you. I think probably like the record section.
Well, no, when I was young, then it was much better because there were things called records. I guess there still are. They've come back. Mystifyingly, they've come back. They don't sound better. And they're kind of annoying, but I'm glad that I grew up when it was records, not CDs, and certainly not streaming, which is
beautiful sound. The sound of vinyl record.
Well, I know. Yeah, I've heard that over and over again. It depends how much your stereo costs.
Oh, is it?
Well, if you're playing a vinyl record on £100 turntable, it's not going to sound as good as if you're playing a CD on a £500 CD player. Just isn't.
Sounds good on a gramophone, though, doesn't it?
On a gramophone? How old are you? John says, you're the second best at making me smile behind my 2-year-old. For clarity. Oh, well, that's nice. And Trump is a wally, I agree. I'm still on the south coast looking up at the Milky Way and millions of stars, and it truly is awe-inspiring. We need to look up more. Well, is that comet still visible? Because before the clouds rolled in over the past week or so at night, you couldn't see any stars or any celestial bodies at all. But I think it's a clear night tonight, isn't it? Is the comet still visible? Because that was extraordinary. I saw it about a week or so ago now. I guess it was a week to the day. Kay emails, if we had the security of a universal basic income, people would probably feel more confident to have a baby or two. Yes, I suppose that's true. They might be more confident to start a business or two as well. They might feel more confident to go out and spend some money to revivify the economy. There's all sorts of benefits that might accrue from having a universal basic income. But the right-wingers it just rubs them up the wrong way, the very idea. Because that sounds like socialism. No! We don't want that, do we? They say as they shovel billions of pounds at the banks, which I'm sure we're going to have to do again. We're going to have to bail them out again because they've been making the exact same, well, I was going to say mistakes, but of course it's not a mistake. They have learned their lesson from last time, and their lesson was that they can do anything they like and get away with it. We'll pick up the pieces if it all breaks. And they've continued to do that again. Up to their eyeballs in bad debt they are. So on top of everything that's happening, we're going to probably have to bail them out too. Rowan emails on the subject of women leaders. Taiwan is run by a woman, a democracy, immediate border closures with nearby China, immediate track and trace, no lockdown, very few deaths. It's interesting, isn't it, that countries that are run by women have had noticeably good results with this virus. Like Taiwan and New Zealand, of course, has been relatively successful compared to, well, certainly compared to us. Well, almost everywhere has. Brazil and America are, I think, the only two places that are doing a worse job than we have. But then there's Germany. They've done very well. Iceland, the Scandi countries. It's a woman thing, maybe, or perhaps it's just a coincidence. Acton, Aussie.
Yes, I'd like to go into the future. I don't want to listen to gramophones anymore. I'd like a mobile phone. Wouldn't you?
You'd like a mobile phone?
Yeah, instead of being back in the past, listen to gramophones and records.
But what's a mobile phone got to do with it?
Well, we're in the future.
Well, we're in the future compared with the past.
Yeah.
But
Wouldn't you like to be in the future?
Well, I am in the future.
I mean, behind all the coronavirus and everything, just be in the future.
Oh, right. Get into a time ship and blast forwards to a point when this is over.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, unfortunately, we've got to live through it. We can't skip over it.
Yeah.
Got to drive through it.
Yeah, I suppose so. So what I want to do, I want to go into the future.
Yeah, that's what I heard. Where they have mobile phones. Wouldn't that be great?
Yeah, and we could fly around on hoverboards.
People are doing that already. I mean, I know they're hovering, but it does seem extraordinary that.
Yeah, but they're hovering on two wheels still.
Well, that's not hovering.
On them, well, yeah, it's not hovering. I mean, they're on the scooters.
Yeah, going very fast.
Yeah, they are going very fast. I had to duck out of the way of one the other day.
No lights, nothing like that. It seems like a health and safety fail to me, but they do go. But they do cover some ground.
It makes you think, I wish he hits a pothole.
Yes. Well, that's right. There's so many potholes about that you wouldn't want to hit one in something that has such small wheels. You'd just disappear.
They'll have a few grazes.
I think so, yeah. It's a no from me. I mean, it looks like a good idea, but you'd need to have a really, really perfect, smooth roads for it to be even remotely safe. There was a guy that was running down the road, coming here tonight. It was so bizarre. I came around the corner, doing the correct speed because I'm a good boy. I am. And there was a bloke running down. I mean, he was running, as in, doing exercise. He wasn't fleeing from the cops. But he was running down the middle of the road. But the pavement was really wide, and there was nobody on the pavement. So there wasn't a problem with him, being shunted off the pavement because there was too busy. There was no one on the pavement, and it was really wide. And yet he was running down the middle of the road. And he wasn't crossing the road, because I saw him for a good long while before I went by him, and that's just the way he was exercising, by running against traffic, not with traffic, which would have been slightly less weird, but against traffic. I had to cross to the other side of the road to avoid running him down. What the hell's going on out there? It just gets weirder and weirder. And I gave him my patented stare of disapproval, but it didn't seem to have much effect. Perhaps I'm losing my touch. I thought, what if I just lightly run him over? That'll teach him. But I didn't. Jack tweets, you're right about UBI, Universal Basic Income. Like your taxi driver caller, and many I know, like your taxi driver caller, I, and many I know, have fallen through the gaps. No support at all. Tough times, but, I have a plucky British spirit, despite hating Brexit. I mean, these are extraordinary times, and so they call for extraordinary measures. And if you are going to restart the economy, then people are going to need money. And if you've just been fired, or you're in fear of being fired, then you're not going to go out and spend any money. You ain't got no money. And giving it to banks in order that they may be disposed to lend it out, that's not going to affect a great change. And if we really do need people to start businesses and to kickstart the economy, it seems unlikely that they're going to do it if they feel like they're in danger of falling into some financial hole. So prop us up. Cancel all benefits. The amount of money that you'll save by not having to chase people and to have them fill out forms and all of the rest of it, just mail everybody a cheque. Put it in their bank accounts if they have one. If not, send them a cheque. Everybody gets the same amount. And the money that you'd save by withdrawing all benefits and just making it a universal, everybody gets the same regardless of their circumstance, And the people that are doing well, they'll spend it on stuff that they don't need. And that's one of the ways that you kickstart the economy, by having consumers go out and start spending money again. But they won't spend money if they haven't got any. This says COVID-19 is like the apocalyptic virus. It's like we're living in an apocalyptic movie. I hope and pray. You hope and pray for what? An essential worker in New York City emails, if we were allowed to become a citizen more easily, half of us in the USA would gladly come and serve the Queen and the NHS. Well, like 170 million of you. Jody says, regards masks. Geez, everybody just get a bleeping grip, including Johnny Bravo wannabe, also known as Boris. Why would people complain at having to wear a mask? Delusion. Just put one on and do as you're told. Yeah, exactly. Just put one on and do as you're told. And yes, you could even lift it up or remove it to eat and drink whilst in a public place. Comprende, says Jody. I certainly do. Makes sense to me. Tanzania. Martin.
Tanzania?
That's what it says on my screen.
Tasmania.
Oh, you're in Tasmania.
Just a bit.
Right. Can you call me when you get to Tanzania?
I think it's usually our American cousins that confuse Tanzania with Tasmania, but there we go. Yes, the bottom of the world, Nick.
Yes.
Your show is a bit more subdued today.
Yeah, well, I had a very bad start.
Oh, so I missed the start. I was in bed.
Yeah, I wish I'd been. I still want to kill whoever is responsible for the start of this show. I mean, I would like to actually throttle them to death. And I want names. I want the names of the people that are responsible. But anyway.
I'm very intrigued now. I'll have to go back and listen to the start.
Well, don't bother. Anyway, what's life like in Tanzania?
Tanzania, it's very good, actually. We haven't had a case for 60 days.
In Tasmania?
Yeah.
Well, now, how many people live in Tasmania?
Well, here you go, Nick. I'll expand your knowledge.
Yeah.
It's about the same size as Ireland, nearly, and there's 500,000 people. And all the roads are empty. Well, they're always empty, you know, even in non-COVID times, as you get out of the towns, and it's just an open road.
Right. Well, what do people do in Tasmania? Sheep farming.
Tourism and agriculture we have there. It's very English looking, actually, you know, hedgerows and fields of cows, and I'm looking at a field full of Hereford calves at the moment.
So is it a bit more New Zealandish than Australia-ish?
It is, yeah, it is. It's not like the mainland at all, really, apart from the accent. But yeah, it's a bit more New Zealandish.
Yeah.
And
well, I'm looking at your new cases graph, and it has certainly ticked up since the middle of June.
Oh yeah, it's gone crazy in Victoria. It's just gone ballistic, and now it's creeping back up into New South Wales and.
No, I'm talking about Tasmania.
Oh, Tasmania! No, we haven't had a one.
Well, that's not true. You had 12 on the 13th of June, and then you're back up to 425 on the 17th of July. That's new cases.
No, no, we haven't had any. You must be looking at Tanzania.
Tanzania, I did look up Tanzania during the course of the news because I thought that's what I was going to be talking about. And it's very difficult to tell what's going on in Tanzania because they've stopped releasing information. And you know what? You're right. I'm actually looking at a chart that says Australia, not Tasmania. Tasmania has only had 13 deaths, 228 confirmed. But it's a very small place.
Go and see the headmaster, Abbott.
Yeah.
Isn't good enough. We, because obviously we've got a big moat, so we can keep all the nasties out. There's no flights anywhere, or maybe one a week. And it's really quieting down.
You know, we're
going to get it sometime.
Yeah, well, it seems, yes, it seems like the longer we we don't get it. As the longer that people protect themselves from it, the longer it will take for it to for us to reach some kind of immunity. It's almost as though, I mean, of course, in the people will be writing tomes about where we went wrong and what we should have done, and it will become clearer in the future, because the game isn't over yet. But it seems that if we'd all just, God, pains me to say this, if we'd all just done what Boris said in the first place, then and just carried on with our lives, then there would have been excess deaths. Yes, most of them would have been people who would have died shortly anyway, and the economy wouldn't have been ruined probably for the rest of our lives.
No. Of course, there always is the thing that you were propounding, that female leaders have a good result. But, imagine if Theresa May had been in charge.
Well, we don't know, do we? It's possible that it could have been everything could have gone tremendously well. Maybe she'd have plucked success from the jaws of defeat. It couldn't have been worse than what we got now, surely.
No, I suppose not. No, from what I'm hearing.
What's extraordinary about this, Martin, is that it sounds as though you're calling from next door, and yet you would actually have to get in a rocket ship and leave the planet to get further away from where I am.
It's a long way away, Nick. We're fairly well socially distanced, I think.
You must be talking to me on a landline.
Well, I'm going to pull the rug from under you now.
What?
I'm on a mobile, walking around the rug in the lounge.
Blimey. Yeah. Well, if only we had access to that Tasmanian technology. Unfortunately, we've still got phones that you can't actually use as phones here. So send us the recipe, Martin. Please do it straight away. We're desperate. All right, thanks a lot, mate. 0345 6060 973. Let's have somebody much nearer to home. Glasgow, Frankie.
Nick, how you doing, pal?
Good, thanks.
I bet you can't guess what the weather is up here.
Raining.
No.
What?
Nope. We have a very dry night, my friend.
I am
very dry night.
Well, no.
I know.
Let me check that.
No, you can check it, Nikolai. I've been here for 10 o'clock just to tell you that it's not raining in Glasgow.
Well, it's going to be raining momentarily. If you wait 20 minutes, it'll be raining.
Yes, well, you said that there's a big black cloud descending over. No, it's not really. It's quite a clear sky.
Well,
I was in Budapest last week.
Oh, yeah.
It was amazing. And their reaction to can I call it bat flu? No. Is that illegal?
Bat flu? Well, maybe it's a bat thing,
flu.
maybe
Remember
it isn't. We don't really know.
Flu.
But anyway, bat flu, yeah.
Yeah, the bat flu, 400 cases, and that was it. And this landlocked country was 7 countries round about it, Hungary. So when we got there, we took off from Glasgow, and there was only flight going out of Glasgow was going to Budapest.
Right.
And there were 30 people on it, myself and my partner. And when we got there, we were only, I think there were 6 non-Hungarian nationalists. The rest went through. We waited for a couple of hours and just took some details.
A couple of hours?
A couple of hours, because what we didn't know was, because there was 3 of us that the Hungarian government were only letting people in if you had to get permission. But I booked this in December for my girlfriend's birthday.
Yeah.
And when I checked who was there, the flight, the Hungarian, they said, "Oh no, the flight's fine, and you come and you nailed the hotel. Oh, we welcome you, can't wait." But when we got there, they said,
Did they actually say that? Can't wait.
No, I said I can't wait.
Oh, right, okay. Right.
So when we got there, they said to the left, and I was like, "What? What's the purpose of your visit?" And I said, "Vacation. So you're not here visiting relatives or friends, or are you here for medical treatment?" I said, "No, I'm here to get away from medical treatment. Bloody insanity of Scotland, you know what I mean?" With the nut. And they said, "Okay." So there were 7 of us, and they kept us. And they said, "Well, Hungary have closed they closed their airports straight away. they went into total lockdown. So
Right.
they kept us, and they just took all the details, and they did the check in the forehead, got all the details where we were staying. But it was really quite straightforward. Just the fact that it was away, but that was at the airport. See, that when we landed, it was like 28 days later. I know you've had that a few times when people are in lockdown when they go to the street. But when we get through and they say, right, on you go. See, when we emerged, where you're just about to leave to get your cab or whatever, it was like just a normal, mad, busy airport. Is all.
Really?
It's like,
So what's the town there like? Are people wearing masks? Are the streets deserted?
No. You can wear a mask on the bus and that's it. But there's no social distancing. They had 400 cases, and that's 400 cases. Now the death rate was very, very low. I think they didn't even have 100 deaths. They had 400 cases of COVID, but they never had many deaths. And someone told me that the boy in the hotel was saying that there's more people getting hit here with the electric scooters than they are with COVID-19. But their Prime Minister, who is no my cup of tea, he's not a very nice guy. He's an ultra serious nationalist. We forget Benjamin Netanyahu and Slobodan Milosevic as your political heroes. Not very nice. But anyway, that aside, he just locked down, stopped just shut down the airports.
And what was it? What was it like coming back?
Coming back was okay, because there was only one flight coming back into Glasgow Airport, and it was us, Nick, and that was last Monday, and we get in at 9:20, and that was it. Glasgow Airport had no flights, and it's quite scary because when we left Glasgow Airport, there was only one flight flying from Glasgow, and that was our 9:20 flight going to Budapest, and we came back at roughly the same time. And we were only flight landing. And
what are airports going to do? I mean, it's just extraordinary. Well, you can add to airports, restaurants and bars and pubs and florists and...
They were all closed in Glasgow, Nick. You couldn't go... There was no duty free, there was no...
Yeah, well, there's no passing trade. What's the point of opening if there's only one flight?
Exactly. And we were... You've been in an airport, and I go to Eastern Europe all the time because I follow football. And it was really, really, Glasgow was really, really weird. And I've got that wee flight app, Nick, and you're checking flights, and there's nothing there.
I know. I had that flight app, which shows you the planes in the sky and where they're going and where they come from. Yeah.
Where they're going, and you can
over London for a while there. I was just checking to see, what was happening, and there was maybe 2-3 planes above the whole of the south of England. It had just completely stopped. And then I looked over to America, and you could barely see America. There were so many planes in the sky. It was absolutely chocker.
Absolutely.
So they didn't stop travelling at all.
The wee yellow plane sight, and you can't see the ground for yellow planes.
No, that's right. Yeah. So Americans didn't stop travelling at all, with the probably part of the reason that they have the consequences that they've got. Yeah, I've got to go, but thanks, Frankie. Morning here in Moffs Harbour in Australia. Well, that's nice, Sir Moffy, but we don't wish to know that. 14 degrees at the moment. Well, that doesn't sound beautiful. That sounds cold. He says, maybe you should do your show from here. I did my breakfast show on Triple M from London last September. Luckily got there just before COVID struck. Well, maybe you brought it with you. Thanks a lot, mate. See what you've done. So he's the morning DJ on WOLD. He's the morning DJ on Triple M, which is that the one in Sydney? Because I used to listen to a guy called Doug Mulray, who used to do the breakfast show on Triple M in Sydney. He was fantastic. One of the best talents I've ever heard on radio. The only Australian DJ I actually know the name of. Oh, there was Jono. But yeah, Doug Mulray, Triple M. Superb. I don't believe there's any of his material available on the internet. There's a lot of great radio talent who've just disappeared because they were on air before the internet got invented. Fortunately, Neil Rogers is not one of those. He was the internet was invented just in time to allow Neil Rogers to be recorded and archived. There's boatloads of his shows up there. He used to do a show in Miami. Mr. Singh emails, I wonder if self-employed folk who complain about slipping through the furlough net and surviving on, quotes, paltry universal credit, were also sympathetic to benefit claimants being asked to make ends meet pre-COVID. Either I didn't read that right or it's confused. I wonder if self-employed folk who complain about slipping through the furlough net and surviving on paltry universal credit were also sympathetic to benefit claimants being asked to make ends meet pre-COVID. I doubt it. I hope we emerge a more empathetic bunch out of this debacle. But there is no such thing as universal credit. We haven't got that. What are you talking about, Mr. Singh? Here is Portsmouth. Hello, Harry.
Oh, yes, hello. Good evening, Nick. You've been debating over how Sturgeon handles everything, and you could even say Wales as well, Mark Drakeford. The simple solution is the scripts. Just swap the scripts. I don't know who writes Boris's script, but give his script to Nicola and take Nicola's script and give him to Boris. And perhaps they might make some sense. Boris might make some sense.
Finally, the answer that we're looking for.
There's something not quite right. We know she does it calm and collected. It's this thing about Whitehall, isn't it? We're locked up with this Whitehall business. They all went to Oxbridge, they all went to public school or grammar school, and then when you start looking on the fringes, even like you're looking at places like New Zealand and further afield where there's maybe women in charge, there's something that removes us from this Whitehall thing that's been haunting this country for 120 years or more.
Yeah, I don't think you can blame Whitehall, but I think you can lay the blame at the dear leader because that's where the buck is supposed to stop.
And of course, the thing is, Boris is true. He's just following a pattern. Look at Mrs. May. She had a cough at her conference. Somebody gave her a P45. The letters fell off the magnetic board.
Right, well, that's
and
not.
Look at Blair.
That's not her fault. None of the things that you just mentioned are her fault.
But she's the top dog. She's in charge. And what about Blair? He started the war. I think they're all rubbish, actually, Nick.
Right. Well, the way that you've just put it, then I'd have to concur, at least partly. Good work. Thanks a lot, Harry. Yeah, somebody needs to get Boris's script changed.
Contact testing, tracing. Forgive me. Contact tracing.
Do you want another go at it?
Contact tasting, testing.
Oh, you're never going to get it. Paul texts, I never thought I'd say this, come back Theresa May. Most are forgiven. Just think there's an alternative universe where we accepted Brino. Brexit in name only. Corbyn actually worked with May to smooth over the worst of Brexit, and even the other regions of the UK were happy. Corona happens, and we obey the lockdown, and we actually had to shut down airports. That was a lot of thoughts, which seemed unconnected, but yeah, okay, I get it. Come back Theresa May, almost all is forgiven. The Masked Cabbie tweets, what are the chances that Steve Allen wasn't content with just playing with your hotkeys, that he sabotaged the mic too? Well, it seemed to me that somebody sabotaged my microphone. They turned it around the wrong way. I mean, why would anybody do that? It's not something that happens by accident. You have to actually unscrew it and turn it around. And it was just fine when I got up and left this very studio 24 hours ago. Very suspicious. Always something. Kira in Brighton.
Hello.
Yes, Kira.
Hi. How you doing? You
Good,
right?
thanks, yeah.
Oh, brilliant. No, I was just wondering, why don't, is it just pure greed why they don't realise that capitalism as the way it is can't survive? It can't grow forever, can it? The planet, we can't extend on the planet.
Well, part of the basis of capitalism, it demands continual growth. Yeah, well, the stock market does, but that seems an impossibility.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. And so they must know that it can't go on forever. So are they just thinking, well, I'll get my bit's worth, and
yeah,
so,
that's exactly what they're thinking.
Yeah. So
I'm all right, Jack. Yeah. Share it fairly, but don't take a slice of my pie.
Rock and roll. and when you take away my right, it's like when they took like the unions, like some of the rights away from the unions. Like I was in the shop workers union. It was nothing. There was no bite to it or whatever, so to say. And they just. And we got our hours changed. We went from like getting paid double time on a bank holiday or whatever to just single pay, and it became just another day. And it's just like we're letting them do this to us.
It seems extraordinary that so many people who would benefit from being in a union seem to have been persuaded that unions are necessarily a bad thing. It's just amazing. The only reason we've got a thing called a weekend is because people got together and insisted upon it. We'd be working 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, if it wasn't for people getting together, the workers getting together and acting as one.
Yeah. And we've got to do it because we all need a bit more love. I think it's just, but it's even hard now. Some people, if you smile at them in the street, they freak out because it's too much for them. No,
you smile at people in the street. Warning. You might want to rethink that. I wouldn't do that if I were you.
I know it's dangerous.
That's an excellent reason to wear a mask. By the way, you can smile as much as you like when you're wearing a mask.
I've got to admit, I'm just doing it. I had a panic attack the other. I was in A&E for my ankle, and it got a bit crowded and heated in there. I had a panic attack.
So how many hours did you have to wait in A&E?
Well, I still haven't got the answer to whether it's fractured or not.
But how many hours did you have to wait until they'd dealt with it?
So far, it's only about 7. It's not
7 hours?
Well, I've been up there a couple of times. Now.
7 hours?
To get an answer whether I've got a fractured ankle.
And they still don't know yet? Oh, God, if only there was a way to find out. Somebody should invent that. Like a machine that takes a picture of your bones. If only we had that available. God, wouldn't it be marvellous if we had something like that? 7 hours? Good grief. All right, well, I wish you all the best, Kira. Keep your weight off it, or put your weight on it, whichever is more appropriate. Bill texts, they used to have a great intercity coach service in America called the Greyhound. Since it ended, catching a plane is the only way to get around. Well, you would only say that it was a great coach service in America, the Greyhound, if you had never taken the Greyhound. I did. And almost as though I was in a film, I think it was from... this is one of the reasons that I hitched around America, because I just couldn't stand it. I was on a Greyhound bus, and it just takes forever to get anywhere in America. Everything is so far apart. And so I sat down, looking at 8 hours, sat in the same seat, and the person that sat next to me, the very first thing they said was, "Have you accepted Jesus into your life?"
Oh, no.
Oh, Struth. So, hitching is better than that. Unless they're advertising with us, in which case it's an excellent way to get around.